Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Titan Activities Complex here at Norris High School in Norris School District 160. The plate meeting will take place in just a few minutes. Starting lineups, national anthem, and first pitch right at 11 o'clock. Just a few items here as we prepare to spend the majority of our afternoon here at Norris. Restrooms are located at Titan Stadium, which is back by the parking lot where you would have entered the complex. So again, restrooms are at Titan Stadium. Concession stand is just immediately behind the softball grandstands. That'll be opening up momentarily if it hasn't already. So again, we will have concession stands and concession items throughout the day. As far as on the field, this is a best 2 of 3 championship series. Congratulations to the Crete Cardinals for advancing to today with a win over Nebraska City yesterday, and congratulations to the Norris Titans as they defeated Aurora as well. So credit to both teams, coaches, and fans for advancing to today's championship series. Again, a best 2 of 3. Norris as the home seed, or the high seed at the home site, will be the home team in game 1. And game 2, Crete will be the home team. So we will flip that, and then if there is a game 3, Norris will be the home team in game 3. So we're really close to starting with the plate meeting, and then again starting lineups and the national anthem, and then first pitch right at 11 o'clock. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. The plate meeting has concluded. We are moments away from the first pitch. So again, welcome to the Titan Activities Complex here at Norris High School. A beautiful day for softball and today's NSAA postseason softball matchup between the Cardinals from Crete High School and your Norris Titans. This is a best 2 of 3 championship series with the winner automatically advancing to the state tournament beginning next week in Hastings, America. Norris High School, the Eastern Midlands Conference, and the NSAA promote good sportsmanship by students, athletes, coaches, and spectators. We do request your cooperation by supporting the participants and umpires in a positive manner. And we thank you for your cooperation. As we prepare to meet the starting lineups for each team, Crete will be the visiting team here for Game 1, and your Norris Titans will be the home team. And so let's get started with those starting lineups. Leading off for Crete and pitching, Madden Dunham. At shortstop, number 15, Casey Dunaway. Your catcher, number 5, Macy Dunaway. At second base, number 11, Camry Drager. Your first baseman, number 3, Haley Maddox. At third, number 7, Logan Ochinero. In left field, number 4, Hazeline Beck. Your designated player, number 24, Reagan Kane. Your center fielder, number 25, Makisha Smith. And your right fielder flex player, number 9, Izzy Oltmans. Reserve players, number 6, Natalie Davis, number 10, McKinley Yeager, number 12, Kim McGon, number 18, Lydia Perez, number 27, Sarah Sylvania, and number 28, Jaslyn Munoz. Head coach, Kylie Griffin. Assistants, Alan Moore, Chad Maddox, and Leah Jurgens. And now for your home team, the Norris Titans. Your designated player, number 2, leading off, Reese Barron. Behind the plate, number 7, Liv Mackey. At third base, number 16, Myra Carlo. At shortstop, number 15, Haley McMurray. In left field, number 12, Leah Ozenbaugh. In right field, number 10, Keelan Yelkin. At second base, number 1, Ava Schmuddy. At third base, number 8, Kinsey Seabrand. In center field, number 4, Marley Pavelka. And in the circle, your flex player, number 3, Embry Bednar. Other players for Norris, number 5, Callie Grimmer, number 6, Kylie Rowland, number 9, Briley Twirling, number 11, Greeley Frenberg, number 13, Hayden Shepkagel, number 14, Kendall Stein, number 17, Alexa Pecci, number 18, Harper Davenport, number 19, Elle Addison, and number 20, and last but not least, Marley Behrens. Head coach, Kyle McMurray. Assistant coaches, Scott Cohost, Brett Behrens, Sheriff Wamsley, Bryant Nirenberg, Chad Otto, and Cammie Parker. And if you're not already, and if you are able, please stand for the playing of our national anthem.
welcome to District Softball here on NSTV. I'm Mitchell Severson, and I'm joined by Max Zavala, and today we have the Crete Cardinals visiting the campus of the Norris High School to take on the Norris Titans in the B-7 district matchup. The away team's the Crete Cardinals for the first game. Crete comes in the game with a 25-6 record with a recent win yesterday against number 3 Nebraska City 12-2. The Cardinals are coached by Keely Griffin and assisted by Alan Moore, Chad Maddox, and Leah Jurgens. The home team's the Norris Titans. Norris comes to the game with a 20-9 record with a recent win yesterday against number 4 Aurora 12-2. The Titans are coached by Kyle McMurray and assisted by Scott Cohout, Brett Behrens, and Charis Walmsley. We'll be back in a little bit with starting pitching with the first pitch. And now it's the best of 2 district final here at Norris High School packed house. Norris has a small but loud student section. Embry Bedner's taking the mound for the Titans to start the first game. She's has a 13-3 on the year with a 2.78 ERA and 138 strikeouts. It's Madden Durham, the pitching tonight for the Cardinals. She's also batting first. I believe she is only a sophomore. Yeah, only a sophomore. Here's the first pitch to Durham. Swung on and missed, strike 1. And it's a 0-1 count to Durham.
Like you're saying, Mitchell, it's a very, very big series. Whoever wins make the state.
Yeah.
Norris has not been a state since 2020, and Crete has not been since 2019. So they're excited to see this series because it's going to be a very good one.
Here's the 0-1 pitch from Bedner. High ball 1. That one gets by Mackey, and it's a 1-1 count to Durham now. Durham comes to the game with a .552 batting average, has 48 hits and 87 at-bats, 24 runs, 46 RBIs, 8 doubles, 3 triples, and 20 home runs. I had to read that for a second time. That's crazy that she has 20 home runs. Inside ball 2. 2-1 the count out of Durham. Cardinals are a relatively young team, too. Only 2 seniors I count on the roster.
Yeah, in upcoming years, it's going to be really good for them. Obviously, they had a really good year this year, coming in the game 25-6. So, them being this good when they're this young, it's going to be very good in the future.
3-1 the count out of Durham. Here's the 3-1 pitch from Bedner. In there, strike 2 called, and it's full count to Durham now, with Casey Dunaway on deck for the Cardinals. Titans a relatively old roster. Only 1 non-senior starting in the lineup tonight, and that's Leah Ozenbaugh left. Here's the 3-2 pitch from Bedner. Swung on and fouled off. And the count will remain the same at 3-2. What might get Crete here in the series, Max, is the fact that Crete does not have a lot of pitching depth behind Dunham. They only have one other pitcher on the roster, and that's Isabel Oltmans, who's a freshman with a 6.53 ERA. And Dunaway pops up, and Schmuddy's going to make the catch for the first out of the inning as the student section down in front roars to life.
And that is a big first out, getting on top of the outs early. That's really big for this inning and just later in the game.
Especially getting the Crete Cardinals' best hitter out.
Yes.
And that brings plate number 15, Casey Dunaway. Dunaway's batting .516 on the year with 48 hits and 93 at-bats, 21 RBIs, 10 doubles, 3 triples, and 2 home runs. In there, strike 1 to Dunaway. I think Bedner's caught some steam after that first out.
like you were saying about the pitching depth, Norris, they got two pretty good pitchers, and Reese Barons and Embry Bednar. And Crete, obviously, Madeline Durham is really good, but I'm going to be really excited to see what can happen in this series.
Yes, especially since Dunham pitched last night, and pitching 4 games in 2 days is going to be tough.
Yeah.
1-1 count to Dunaway now. Both teams won last night, 12-2. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Low ball 2. 2-1 now, the count to Dunaway. Like I said, this is a best of 3 series. In the second game, the Cardinals will be the home team and the Titans will be the away team. Here's the 2-1 pitch from Bednar. Outside ball 3, and once again, Bednar's fallen behind 3-1 in the count. 1 out, nobody on. Bednar looks beside, and here's the 3-1 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 2. 3-2 the count now to Dunaway. Great pitch there from Bednar.
What I've really seen a lot this year is Bednar, she really comes back in the count. She'll be down 3-0, 3-1, and she'll really come back. So
just keeps fighting, yeah. Here's the 3-2 pitch from Bednar. Outside ball 4, and Dunham gets away from Bednar, and it's a 1-out walk. That'll bring to plate number 5, Macy Dunaway.
No, it's not just Norris and Crete. There's a lot of big games today too. You got Grand Island Northwest versus Ashland Greenwood and Scott versus Lakeview. Those will be really good games, and those teams will probably be in the top at state if you think about it.
Winners of districts go to state, and it's 1-0 the count to Dunaway as she jogs down to the third base coach. Titans really have to right now realize it's only first inning, only first game. There's a lot more ball game to play. Just calm down. Especially Bednar just needs to calm down, locate her pitches right now.
Very true. She got the field behind her, and if they get a hit, their field will be behind her. So
2-0 the count now to Dunaway. Macy Dunaway. I'm going to assume that's the younger sister of Casey Dunaway, who's on first right now for the Cardinals. Here's the 2-0 pitch from Bednar. In there, strike 1 called. 2-1 the count now to Macy Dunaway. Macy Dunaway's batting .378 on the year with 31 hits and 82 at-bats, 12 runs, 32 RBIs, 9 doubles, 2 triples, and 5 home runs. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 2. 2-2 the count now to Dunaway. Packed house for a Friday morning game. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Bednar. Swung on and missed, strike 3. The first punchy of the day for Dunaway. For Bednar, and over down to second as Casey Dunaway steals second. Very close play there at second base, sorry. Great job there by Mackey seeing it. Yeah, and I think she snuck just under the tag there on the replay. So it's a runner on second and 2 outs for number 11, Camry Drager. Drager's batting .368 on the year with 32 hits and 87 at-bats, 26 runs, 26 RBIs, 4 doubles, and 1 home run. High ball 1 to Drager. Bednar comes set, and here's the 1-0 pitch to Drager. And the dirt ball, 2-0 the count now to Camry Drager, with Haley Maddox on deck for the Cardinals. Titans will have the top of the lineup in the bottom of the first with Reese Barons, Liv Mackey, and Myra Carlo. But they still got one more out to go and a runner on second. Here's the 2-0 pitch from Bednar. And it's 3-0 now.
A lot of pitches this inning so far. A lot of them.
Bednar really struggling to find her groove. Did have a nice strikeout of Dunaway last at bat. Here's the 3-0 pitch from Bednar. And she can't locate it. High ball 4-pitch walk to Drager.
Getting on top of the count in games like this, that is very important. Just because, I mean, if you get on base, it just adds up the runs and runs and runs. So I think just getting on top of the count is going to be very substantial for Bednar later in this game.
Also saving the pitch count because it's a long day, 3 games, like I've said. 21 pitches so far for Bednar. And it's only the first inning as the Titans have a little meeting on the mound with runners on first and second and 2 outs. And they seems to have talked it over after that 4-pitch walk to Drager. And so Haley Maddox up to the plate for the Cardinals. She's batting .359 on the year with 28 hits and 78 at-bats, 22 runs, 24 RBIs, 5 doubles, 1 triple, and 2 home runs. Swung on, hit to right, sorry. That'll get down. Here comes Dunaway. Throw to the plate's not in time. There was no throw to plate, and the Cardinals take an early lead. And it looks like the Cardinals have a little small student section. Good turnout for the Cardinals. And it's 1-0 on the Maddox RBI single. And Drager moved to third. So the walks do come back to bite Bednar. That brings plate number 7, Logan Ochenero. And Bednar's behind in the count already. It's a 1-0 count to Ochenero. Ochenero is batting .282 on the year with 20 hits, 71 at-bats, 18 runs, 16 RBIs, 3 doubles, and a home run. Strike 1 to Ochenero.
It kind of just feels like Norris is a little out of the groove on the field. You know, you just saw that Bednar wasn't paying attention. They threw it, almost slipped out of her glove. I just think that they just got to calm down and just got to play as a team like they have been all year.
Yeah, Norris technically does have home field advantage here, but I'd say the crowd is split pretty much 50-50. 2-1 the count now to Ochenero. And I think some of the benches are going to get into this too. The more chance that'll get in their head. Swung on, hit to the shortstop, McMurray over to first in time for the 3rd out of the inning. But not before the Cardinals get 1 and take a 1-0 lead heading into the bottom of the 1st inning. So Madden Dunham on the mound for the Cardinals to start the game. She's 24-6 on the year with a 1.86 ERA and 75 strikeouts. Crete is 25-6 on the year. Dunaway's pitched in 30 of those games. 30 of the 31 games Crete has played. So Reese Barron's up to bat for the Titans. First pitch to her is taken for strike one. 0-1 the count to Barron's.
Barron's top batting average for the team, mostly their main hitter. She really good.
Yeah, 514 batting average for Barron's. 37 hits, 72 at bats, swung on down the left field line, and it's 0-2. 23 runs, 23 RBIs, 10 doubles, 2 triples, and 6 home runs. Leads the team in home runs. Tied with Myra Carlo for the team lead in home runs. And here's the 0-2 pitch from Dunham. Swung on, hit in the air. That'll get out of play. Land just behind the Norris Titans dugout.
Barron's is a really good contact hitter. Does not strike out much. That is why she has the top of the lineup. Very good, and she gets on base a lot too.
Perfect for a leadoff hitter. And here's the 0-2 pitch, outside, ball one. Crete, I've noticed something, Max. The Crete student section's really getting into it with the clapping before the pitching. It's probably getting in Reese Barron's head.
Yeah, I think it is too. I mean, just kind of misthrows you when you're thinking when the ball's coming.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Outside, ball two. Dunham's missed twice. And it's a 2-2 count to Barron's now.
I do think the fans will be a big factor in this game as well.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Outside, ball three. Great take there by Barron's. I think it'll also be a big thing because Norris did not make this absence excuse for the students, I believe. I believe it's unexcused, so that's a big thing for. I mean, you got 9, but they burned 1 to watch this. Here's the payoff pitch. Outside, ball 4, and Barron's works it back from an 0-2 count and takes the leadoff walk.
Really good at bat there. Amazing at bat.
Just what the Titans needed to get some momentum and climb out from this 1-0 deficit. Brings up Liv Mackey to the plate. Mackey's batting .392 with 29 hits and 74 at bats, 4 runs, 23 RBIs, 8 doubles, 2 triples, and 3 home runs. Here's the first pitch to Mackey. In there, strike one called. Here's the 0-1 pitch showing bunt. Fouled it off, and the count's now 0-2 to Mackey. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Dunham with Myra Carlo on deck. Outside and low ball 1. That one got by the catcher, Macy Dunaway, but Barron's did not advance. Didn't roll far. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Dunham. Fouled off. Great cut there by Mackey, and the count will remain the same at 1-2. Titans, like I said, a relatively older team. Only one non-senior starter. Swung on ground at the first baseman, gets by the first baseman. It's a fair ball. Behrens is going to head to third. And she's going to slide in safely on a single from Liv Mackey. First baseman was Haley Maddox.
When you get a hit off the base, I mean, it's just so hard to see where it's going to go. It can go any direction, so.
Looked like that one just kind of hopped off the bag there.
Yes.
Big hit there from Mackey. And that's going to be a courtesy runner. It appears to be, I'm going to say that's number 6, Kylie Rowland. Yeah, it's number 6, Kylie Rowland into courtesy run for Mackey. As Myra Carlo comes to the plate. She's batting .444 on the year. 72 at-bats, 32 hits, 23 runs, 4 doubles, 1 triple, and 6 home runs.
You know, a little recap to yesterday. You know, Norris hit the ball very, very well against Aurora. You know, they went 12-2. They beat them 12-2.
That was only like 5 innings, right?
Yeah, 5 innings. So, you know, they've hit the ball fairly well at the end of the season. So, I think Dunham, she's really going to have to adjust to see how these pitchers hit.
1-0 the count to Carlo. Especially since, like I've been saying, Crete is only one good pitcher and has only 2 pitchers pitched so far this year on varsity.
Yes. And Norris, I mean, they almost have 3 with Briley Twirling. She's been really good this year, too. 6 appearances, 1.83 ERA. That's very, very good. So the future is very bright. Even though Brett Bedner and Behrens are going to be leaving after this year, you got Twirling to back up. So it's going to be very exciting to see what she can do as well.
And Bedner is a Northwest Missouri State commit, I believe. So good luck to her in her college future. 1-2 count to Carlo. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Outside, ball 2. 2-2 the count now to Carlo. And Dunham seems to be facing the same issues Bedner had, which was just locating your pitches in the strike zone. Maybe it's a little smaller strike zone.
Yeah. You know, yeah, I mean, obviously, like I was saying too, the fans, they really come in to help too, so.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Inside, ball 3, 3-2 the count now to Carlo. Here's the payoff pitch. Swung on, hit to the second baseman. She's got it. It gets through the legs. Behrens is going to score, and that's a big error by the second baseman, Camry Drager.
Crete has struggled a little bit on their fielding this year. You know, Norris, 94% on fielding, so that's really helped them this year. And Crete has a little bit lower of a fielding average, but you know, that's very big in these type of games. You know, you really want to be really good in the field.
Defense wins ball games, yeah. And that brings to play Haley McMurray. McMurray's batting .233 on the year. 17 hits and 73 at-bats, 14 runs, 10 RBIs, 5 doubles, and 2 home runs. Showed bunt. Bunt is way foul as it lands down the ramp on the first base side.
I like that decision to bunt too. You know, you got runner second and first, no outs. Move them over to second and third. Then you put them both into scoring position. You know, maybe like an error like that will score both them. Basically, the outfield will score them. So I really do like that decision by McMurray.
Here's the 0-1 pitch from Madden Dunham. Shows bunt again. Bunt is fouled. I don't expect to see a bunt at 0-2. But you never know in these types of situations. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Dunham. Swung on and fouled off, and the count will remain the same at 0-2. Leah Ozenbaugh on deck for the Titans. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Dunham. Foul tipped, and McMurray stays alive as Macy Dunaway was unable to catch the foul tip. Still an 0-2 count to McMurray.
Both pitchers have had a lot of pitches this inning. So you can see in the factor, maybe not this game, but next two, maybe 3 games. So you never know.
Dunham's already at 21 pitches, swung on, hit in the air, caught by the second baseman Drager for the first out of the inning. That was a great pitch by Dunham. That brings plate number 12, Leah Ozenbaugh. Ozenbaugh had a few big hits last night. I believe she had a home run.
Youngest player on this team as well. Youngest starter on this team.
Ozenbaugh is batting .306 on the year. 49 at-bats, 15 hits, 13 runs, 16 RBIs, 1 double, 1 triple, and 2 home runs. Here's the first pitch to Ozenbaugh. She takes strike 1, 0-1 the count to Ozenbaugh. And looking at the Titans roster, I think they brought up a few juniors. They had a few varsity spots left, and so they brought up a few juniors to see what was give them some experience
for next year.
Yeah.
After all these seniors leave.
In there, strike 2 called.
And Mitchell, there is still, just say, if one of these teams was to lose, they still could get a wild card spot in the state tournament, right?
And I think they would, just based on wild card points, unless one of the top 1 seeds would lose, like unless GI Northwest, Beatrice, Scott, Blair, Ralston were to lose. Crete would be the next one in line, I believe.
Because both teams are in top 8 of wildcard standings.
Swung on, hit to the second baseman, Drager. She's got it, throw to first. Just got her by maybe a half a step or so. Great play there by Drager on the slow roller, and it's runners on second and third, and 2 outs. Great job by Dunham so far, limiting the damage.
Couple scores right now. Northwest is up against Ashland Greenwood 7-0, and a lot of later games today, 2 o'clock, 5 o'clock. So give more updates later.
And Northwest is the team to beat in Class B.
23-2 record.
In there, strike 1 to Yelkin. Probably because the later games is because they don't have a home football game today, I'm guessing. Because Norris has a home football game against Beatrice today, and that's their pink out. Yelkin's batting .279 on the year. Here's the pitch. Low ball 1. 1-1 the count to Yelkin.
Also another game in Class B. Waverly is upsetting Hastings right now, 6-1 going into the 5th inning. Waverly ranked 9th in Class B and Hastings ranked number 5.
And that would be big because if Waverly were to win, that means Hastings would get that 8th wild card spot. Chopper to the shortstop, over to first. Great play there. Brings the first baseman off the bag. Great play there by the shortstop. Great fielding by the shortstop. It was Casey Dunaway, but couldn't execute the throw, and the Titans get another run to make it 2-1.
It will most likely be written as a hit, not an error.
Yeah, that was definitely a tough play there by Dunaway. In there, strike 1 called to Schmuddy.
One thing Dunham has been doing really good today is getting on top of the count. You know, I think that she got to work on our pitches later in the count. I think that she might be getting a little antsy in there.
Titans have definitely been making Dunham work. Extended counts very well. And it's 1-1 the count to Barons. It's not Barons, Schmuddy. There we go. I have the top of the lineup. 32 pitches so far for Dunham. Swung on, hit to the third baseman. She's got it over to first in time for the 3rd out of the inning. Not before the Titans get 2 and take a 2-1 lead. That'll give Barons a little bit of breathing room heading into the top of the 2nd. 7-8-9 for the Cardinals here in the top of the second inning. It's Aislinn Beck, Reagan Kane, and Makisha Smith. Beck's batting .294 on the year with 20 hits and 68 at-bats, 25 runs, 18 RBIs, 1 double, and 3 home runs. Cardinals scored 1 in the top of the first. Titans scored 2 in the bottom of the first. Swung on, hit in the air. Schmuddy Barons, they collide. I think Schmuddy has it, and it's a catch by Ava Schmuddy. You got to be talking out there.
That can be very, very dangerous.
Great job there by Schmuddy, just hanging on through it through the collision. That brings plate number 24, Reagan Kane. Inside ball 1 to Kane.
Kane is one of their only seniors on the team.
Yeah, Casey Dunaway's the other one, I believe. And Kane's batting .315 on the year with 23 hits and 73 at-bats, 9 runs, 21 RBIs, and 2 doubles. Inside ball 2 to Kane. And Bednar, right now, you want to get through these 3 hitters so you don't get to the top of the lineup in Dunaway and Dunaway. That's a lot of D names.
Yeah, like you don't really want to have 1 to 2 people on base because then you got top of the lineup up, and Crete's top of the lineup has been very, very good for them this year. So
especially with Madden Dunham's 20 home runs so far this year. 2-1 the count to Kane. And here's the 2-1 pitch from Bednar. Swung on and missed, strike 2. Great job working them back into the count for Bednar. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Embry Bednar. Swung on, hit down the first base line, but it'll get out of play, and the count will remain the same at 2-2.
And Crete really looking to win this series. They've not been to state in 6 years, kind of been in drought. Had some decent years in the past couple of years, but mostly been under 500 seasons for them.
Filed off 2-2. The count will remain the same for Reagan Kane. Titans also looking to get to back to state for the first time since 2021. Looking to make a deep run this year. I think the last time they made a deep run into state was 2020, where they reached the semis, I believe.
Yep, semis.
Swung on and missed, strike 3. Another big punchy there from Bednar. Second of the night, second of the day so far. That'll bring to plate number 25, Makisha Smith.
And this is where you can start seeing Bednar start getting into her groove. You know, maybe shake off some of that, you know, maybe almost rust from that first inning and really get into her groove from now.
Bednar has had a no-hitter this year. Ball 1 to Smith. I'd expect to see Barons pitch the next game. And I know Barons pitched last night against Aurora. So Bednar is also fresh. Swung on and missed, strike 1. 1-1 the count to Smith.
And it's not really like Bednar's pitching bad right now. It's just that she's not quite finding the zone quite yet.
Madden Dunham's on deck for the Cardinals. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 2. 1-2 the count now to Smith. Two outs and nobody on for the Cardinals. And here's the 1-2 pitch from Embry Bednar. High ball 2. 2-2 the count now to Smith. And it appears Briley Twarling is warming up for the Titans in their bullpen. So I don't know if Bednar gets in trouble, I think she'll come in, or maybe she might be pitching game 2. 3-2 the count now to Smith. Or if the Titans do get a substantial lead over the Cardinals, they might bring Twarling in just to finish the job.
Yeah, it's just so you can, rest Barons, don't put Barons in, and then just
keep Bednar in, yeah.
Yeah.
40 pitches so far for Bednar, and it's now 41 on the foul ball. And it's 3-2 the count still for Makisha Smith. Both teams are doing a really good job working counts and just making the pitchers work. Swung on, hit to left. Ozenbaugh's gonna give it a little chase, but it'll be way foul. And the count will remain the same at 3-2. Wind blowing towards right field, I believe.
So a little bit hard to hit home runs today with the south wind.
Here's the 3-2 pitch, swung on, hit in the air. Seabrandt's got to play for it, and she makes the catch for the 3rd out of the inning. A big 1-2-3 top of the 2nd for the Titans, and heading into the bottom of the 2nd, it's still 2-1. Here we are on the bottom of the 2nd. It's 8-9-1 for the Titans. It's Kinsey Seabrandt, Marley Pavelka, and Reese Barons. Seabrandt's batting .191 on the year with 13 hits and 68 at-bats, 14 runs, 7 RBIs, 5 doubles, and 1 home run. Here's the first pitch to Seabrandt. Outside, ball 1, 1-0 the count to Kinsey Seabrandt. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Dunham. 1-1 the count now to Seabrandt. Dunham's looking to settle in after a 2-run first inning by the Titans. Dunham is also only a sophomore.
So should be really good. Obviously he's really good right now, but next couple of years should be
swung
really
on, hit the second baseman Drager, who bobbles it over to first in time for the first out of the inning. That'll bring to plate number 4, Marley Pavelka, center fielder tonight for the Titans. She had to step up after the injury to Callie Grummert, season ending. Pavelka's batting .269 on the year, 14 hits and 52 at-bats, 21 runs, 10 RBIs, and 2 doubles. Here's the first pitch to Pavelka. Outside, ball 1.
She has filled in that spot really, really good, too.
Here's the 1-0 pitch from Dunham. In there, strike 1. 1-1 the count now to Pavelka. It'd be huge if Pavelka got on with 1 out and the top of the lineup coming up. And here's the 1-1 pitch. Swung on, hit the second baseman. Drager again over to first in time for the second out of the inning. Drager's got a lot of work in so far today.
She has 4 of their 6 outs today.
And that'll bring to plate number 2, Reese Behrens. A lot of quality at-bats for the Titans. Have not struck out out of their first 9 at-bats. Behrens takes strike 1.
A little bit higher of a pitch count for Dunham mostly. Mostly she's lower. But right now, how many pitches does she have right now?
This might take a second, as it's now 0-2 the count to Behrens.
We'll just say she has a decent amount right now.
41 so far for Dunham, so she's basically matching Bednar pitch per pitch so far. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Dunham. And just as I say, Titans have been struck out. There goes Behrens down on 3. And it looks like Dunham has settled in as 2 straight 3 up, 3 downs, and heading into the top of the third, it's 2-1 Titans. One, two, three for the Cardinals here in the top of the third inning. It's Madden Dunham, Casey Dunaway, and Macy Dunaway.
Both pitchers really found their groove in that second inning. First inning for both of them were a little shaky, but no runs that inning. So we're going to see how these pitchers do this inning.
Madden Dunham's definitely the star of the Cardinals team. Very good batter, very good pitcher, and here's the first pitch to Dunham, who takes high ball 1. 1-0 the count to Madden Dunham, who flew out to the second baseman back in the first inning.
20 home runs this year, leads the Crete Cardinals in home runs.
Here's the 1-0 pitch from Bednar. In there, strike 1 called, 1-1 the count now to Dunham. And she leads the state in home runs with 20. Next closest is Abby Beard of Millard North with 18. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swung into and fouled into the fence, and that's 1-2 count to Madden Dunham. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Bednar. Swung on, hit to the second baseman, Schmuddy, and she can't quite come down with it as Dunham slides into first. That was a tough play there by Schmuddy, and it's a runner on first and nobody out. And there'll be courtesy running for Dunham. That's number 6, Natalie Davis. And that'll bring to the plate number 15, Casey Dunaway. Dunaway's walked in her first at-bat back in the first inning. and later scored the Cardinals' only run.
Hope that error does not come back to bite Norris.
Here's the first pitch to Dunaway. Outside, ball 1. 1-0 the count to Dunaway. Infield's playing in, especially at third base. Seabrandt's really playing in. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Dunaway. Low, ball 2. 2-0 the count to Casey Dunaway. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Peeled down the first base line. She did not go, and it's 3-0 the count to Dunaway.
Corners are in, and middle infield playing almost to the grass.
This would not be good if Bednar was to walk Dunaway and get runners on first and second and nobody out. In there, strike 1. 3-1 the count to Casey Dunaway now. Here's the 3-1 pitch from Embry Bednar. In there, strike 2 called. 3-2 the count now to Dunaway. Now Bednar's got to make a pitch with a full count. Here's the 3-2 pitch from Embry Bednar. Swung on a miss, strike 3. Slide into second is in time as Natalie Davis steals second base. But it's a big strikeout from Embry Bednar, her third of the day. That brings plate number 5, Macy Dunaway. So a runner on second and 1 out for Dunaway, who struck out back in the first inning. Here's the first pitch to Macy Dunaway. Swung on and fouled down the right field line. Oh, 0-1 the count to Macy Dunaway. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Appeals down the third base line. She did not go. And it's 1-1 they count out of Dunaway. Bednar comes set, and here's the 1-2 pitch to Macy Dunaway. High and outside, ball 2. 2-1 the count out of Dunaway.
This top of the lineup for Crete can be really scary if they have runners on base.
Three and 1 the count to Dunaway. Here's the 3-1 pitch from Bednar. Swung on, hit down the right field line, and it's 3-2 the count now to Dunaway.
Crete still working at Bednar's pitch count a lot.
57 pitches so far for Bednar today.
A lot of 3-2 counts today, a lot of full counts.
Yeah, the Cardinals have worked. This is the 5th full count for the Cardinals so far today. Here's the payoff pitch from Bednar. Swung on, hit up the middle to Bednar. She's got it over to first in time for the second out of the inning. Brings to plate number 11, Camry Drager, who walked in her first at-bat back in the first inning. Here's the first pitch from Bednar. Inside, ball 1. 1-0 the count to Drager.
In these big games with a runner on third, you don't really want to leave runners on base, you know. So if they would get a run here, that'd be really, really big. Tie the game up, and because both pitchers have been pitching pretty well. It's only 2-1, low scoring game, so.
A lot of ball games still left to play. 1-1 the count now to Drager. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Embry Bednar. Fouled off. 1-2, sorry, the count to Camry Drager. With Haley Maddox on deck for the Cardinals. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Embry Bednar. Fouled off, and the count will remain the same at 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Embry Bednar. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Bednar works around a leadoff hit, strikes out 2 more. And heading into the bottom of the third, it's Titans 2, Cardinals 1. So here we go in the bottom of the third inning. It'll be 2-3-4 for the Titans, and Liv Mackey, Myra Carlo, and Haley McMurray. Here's the first pitch to Mackey. In there, strike 1 called. 0-1 the count to Liv Mackey, who singled back in the first inning. So she's 1 for 1 on the day. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Outside, ball 1. 1-1 the count out of Mackey. Here's the 1-1 pitch. In there, strike 2 called. 1-2 the count now to Liv Mackey. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Madden Dunham. High ball 2, and it's 2-2 the count now to Mackey. Nobody on, nobody out for the Titans, and here's the 2-2 pitch. Inside, ball 3, 3-2 the count now to Mackey.
The score recap: Northwest did beat Lakeview 8-0, and they'll be going into their second game here in shortly.
Here's the payoff pitch from Dunham. Swung on and missed, strike 3, and it's a leadoff strikeout for the Cardinals, and here that'll bring to plate number 16, Myra Carlo. Carlo reached on an error back in the first inning. Here's the first pitch to Carlo. In there, strike one called. 0-1 the count to Myra Carlo. Titans looking to get back to save for the first time since 2021 and keep their momentum going in this game. I think they built up a little bit from last inning. In there, strike two called after Embry Bednar shut the door on a leadoff hit.
Dunham really starting to find her groove.
Here's the 0-2 pitch from Dunham. Swung on, hit to the third baseman. She's got it over to first in time for the second out of the inning. Yeah, I would say Dunham has definitely found her groove. Brings plate number 15, Haley McMurray. She flew out to the second baseman back at the first inning. Here's the first pitch from Dunham. Outside, ball one, 1-0 the count to McMurray. Here's the 1-0 pitch. In there, strike one, 1-1 the count now to McMurray. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Dunham. In there, strike two called. 1-2 the count now to McMurray. With Leah Ozenbaugh on deck for the Titans. And here's the 1-2 pitch. Outside, ball two. 2-2 the count out of McMurray. Crete student section really got into it on that pitch.
Crete does have a good student section here. Pretty big.
Norris student section has kind of gone quiet since the first inning. And here's the 2-2 pitch. Swung on, hit to the third baseman. He gets through to left field, and it's a two-out single, for Haley McMurray. That'll bring to plate number 12, Leah Ozenbaugh.
Maybe that'll get some momentum going for this Norris Titans. They haven't got a hit since the first inning, so really want to see him adjust to
Dunham.
After he starts to get her groove on.
A little two-out rally going.
Yeah.
Here's the first pitch to Ozenbaugh, who grounded out to the second baseman back in the first. Outside, ball one. I think that hit by McMurray kind of threw Dunham off her groove a little bit.
I think so too. She has been starting off with a lot of first pitch strikes, and
that was the first pitch ball.
Yeah.
In there, strike one called. 1-1 the count out to Ozenbaugh. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Fouled off. And the count's now 1-2. McMurray was going on the play for looked like she was going to steal. And here's the 1-2 pitch. McMurray's going to steal again. And Ozenbaugh's called out on strikes. And heading into the top of the fourth, Titans still in the lead, 2-1. 5, 6, 7 here in the top of the 4th inning. It'll be Haley Maddox, Logan Ochenero, and Aslan. Aislyn. I don't know how to pronounce that. A-Z-A-L-Y-N-E. Aislyn. Aislyn, yeah, there we go. Aislyn Beck.
Only a freshman.
1-0 the count to Maddox, who singled in her first at-bat back in the 1st inning. Bednar has fallen behind in a lot of these counts.
A lot of first pitch balls.
Swung on, hit foul. And it's 1-1 the count to Maddox.
Does it ever get to a point when McMurray starts to think it's way too many pitches, I gotta take her out because I might need to save her for next or maybe even the 3rd game? If they go to a 3rd game.
I would expect to see that maybe around the 6th inning, maybe the 7th, I don't know. They might bring in Barons to close it out in the 7th if they have a big enough lead. But yeah, definitely that's got to be kind of in the back of McMurray's mind. I think Bednar can go 80 pitches or more in this 1st game and still be fine for the 3rd game. But you never know. 2-2 count to Maddox. And looking at the Max Preps national rankings, Madden Dunham is the national leader in home runs with 20, and that ball's deep. And say goodbye to that one. And it's a solo home run for Haley Maddox, and it's a tie ball game here at Norris. Big hit there from Maddox. That'll bring a lot of momentum to the Cardinals. That'll bring to plate number 7, Logan Ochenero.
And I hope that does not shake up Bednar a little bit, you know.
Twarling beginning to work again in the Titans bullpen. I'm guessing Barons is going to be pitching game 2.
So you kind of want to give her a rest, you know.
Because Barons did pitch yesterday's game, 0-1 count to Ochenero. Bednar ahead early in the count. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Bednar. No, just missed. 1-1 the count to Ochenero, and the Titans fans did not like that one.
And she does look like she stands pretty close to the plate, almost overcrowding it.
That one slipped out of the hand a little bit, and it's 2-1 the count now to Ochenero.
You know, if you get a walk or a hit here, I think you can go out and just calm Bednar down.
So here's the 2-1 pitch, swung on to the 3rd baseman Seabrandt, over to 1st in time. Good throw there by Seabrandt. Definitely a big out there for the Titans after the Maddox leadoff home run to start the 4th inning.
Yeah, that was just good to come back, you know, get the first out after that home run just to maybe even boost your confidence up a little bit.
But just looking at Madden Dunham's stats, I would think she's one of the top prospects in the class of 2028. Strike 1 to Aislinn Beck. For the 2nd count in a row, Bednar's gotten ahead.
Because she is batting over 500, so she gets on base almost every time. Not every time, half over every time. So.
And that'll hit Beck. Bednar seemed to have lost maybe her grip a little bit, so because that's their 2nd pitch and 2 at-bats. That just kind of looks like it slipped out of the hand maybe a little bit. So runner on 1st now, and 1 out for Reagan Kane. Here, first pitch to Kane is high, ball 1. 1-0 the count to Reagan Kane. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Low ball 2. 2-0 the count now to Kane. Titans need to get the out here. Runner on first. They've already allowed 1 run here in the top of the 4th. Fouled off, and it's 2-1 the count now to Kane. Here's the 2-1 pitch from Bednar. In there, strike 2 is called. 2-2 the count now to Reagan Kane. Max, I believe you got some district updates.
At the end of the 6th inning, Waverly is tied with Hastings 9-9. Earlier that game.
And Beck just got called out at second trying to steal. Great throw there from Liv Mackey. We're going to see it on the replay here. Great job there from Mackey. An absolute dot to the shortstop, number 15, Haley McMurray. And that's a big out there for the Titans.
Very big throw down out. And that makes so much momentum on those kind of plays.
3-2 count to Kane now. Nobody on, 2 outs. Gives Bednar a little relief. High ball 4. Oh, it's 3-2. That should have been ball 4, I believe. And the umpires are going to talk it over. Umpires are going to be talking it over, and they're going to call it a 3-2 count. Three-two count, so Bednar gets another chance at the chance in a 3-2 count. I thought that was ball 4.
I did too.
Here's the payoff pitch from Bednar now. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Bednar went right about to the same spot, and that one got Kane. And heading into the bottom of the 4th, Cardinals get another run, but it's a 2-2 ball game. Leading off the bottom of the 4th here for the Titans is Keelan Yelkin, followed by Ava Schmuddy and Kinsey Seabrandt. 6, 7, 8 for the Titans. Yelkin's 1 for 1 with a single back in the 1st inning and an RBI. And Yelkin takes strike 1. 0-1 the count to Keelan Yelkin. Dunham has really settled in after a 2-run 1st inning. Only allowed 1 hit since then. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Dunham. Swung on and fouled off, and the count will move to 0-2. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Fouled off. Great cut there by Yelkin to stay alive, and the count will remain the same at 0-2. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Fouled off, and the count will remain the same at 0-2.
Really good fight here by Keelan Yelkin.
3 straight foul balls. As long as you just keep hitting it, it'll eventually get put into play. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. 2 straight punchies for Dunham. Brings to plate number 1, Ava Schmuddy, who grounded out to the third baseman back in the first inning.
Since first inning, Dunham's just been kind of mowing down the Norris batting.
Yeah, there's strike 1 to Schmuddy. Another first pitch strike from Dunham. She's at 65 pitches so far. Titans, what they need to do is work Dunham into deep counts and keep hitting foul balls like that.
Eventually, she's going to get tired. You know, she's still got to pitch another game after this, and if they do go to game 3, that's just so much pressure on her arm, and you got to think about the future in that case.
Because that could be upwards of 300 pitches today, plus
yesterday too.
Here's the 0-2 pitch to Schmuddy. Another foul, almost fair, curved at the last second. And the count will remain the same at 0-2.
And the Waverly Vikings do take a 1-run lead, 10-9 against the Hastings in a big district game. And whoever wins that game can really take a toll on the wild card standings. So Crete or Norris really does not want both those teams to win.
Waverly is the 2 seed in that district. That's B-6. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Madden Dunham. Swung on, hit in the air to left. That'll just get out of play and land into the Titan bullpen. And the count will remain the same at 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Just outside, ball 2. Great eye there from Schmuddy, and the count's 2-2 now.
Another really good at bat for the Titans here.
Here's the 2-2 pitch from Madden Dunham. Swung on, hit to the third baseman. She's got it over to first. In time for the second out of the inning. Not a great throw from the third baseman, Ochinero, but it got the job done. Brings to number 8, Kinsey Seabrant.
Really good scoop by the sophomore Maddox there. Saved the play.
Seabrant grounded out to the second baseman back in the second inning. In there, strike 1. 0-1 the count to Seabrant. Dunham now up over 70 pitches. She's at 73 through 3 2/3. In there, strike 2. 0-2 the count now to Seabrandt. Here's the 0-2 pitch. In there, ball 1. 1-2 the count now to Seabrandt. As the Cardinal student section is getting back into it. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Dunham. Swung on, and that'll be foul. Great cut there by Seabrandt, and the count will remain the same at 1-2. Marley Pavelka on deck for the Titans. Swung on, hit to the third baseman. She's got it over to first in time for the third out of the inning. 1-2-3 inning for the Cardinals, and heading into the top of the fifth, it's Titans 2, Cardinals 2.
Big shout out to the Norris cross country team yesterday at the EMC tournament meet. For the girls individually, Kendi Powell placed, and as a team got fourth. And Sam Robinson for the boys side placing third individually, and the boys placing fourth as well. And Norris takes on the Beatrice Orangemen here at Titan Stadium later today.
And yesterday the volleyball team got a big win over, I can't remember. Elkhorn, thank you. Elkhorn, I was there. But I couldn't remember when we played. It was a sweep, 3-0. And here we are back in the top of the fifth. It's Makisha Smith up to bat for the Titans. Volleyball team is also undefeated so far. 9-1-2 for the Cardinals. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swung on a miss, strike 2. 0-2 the count now to Smith. Bednar up over 80 pitches. She's at 82. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Embry Bednar. Swung on a miss, strike 3. That'll get by the catcher, Mackey, and that'll put Smith on first. That's a big one for the Cardinals. Getting that leadoff runner with Madeline Dunham up to bat for the Cardinals. And the rest of the top of the lineup.
You just don't really want plays like that. Those can come back and bite you, you know. It is count for a strikeout for Bednar, but not for an out, so.
Swung on and fouled into the fence. 0-1 the count to Dunham, who flew out to the second baseman in the first and singled in the third. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Bednar. One and one the count now to Dunham. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swung on, hit in the air, but that'll get out of play down the right field line, and the count will move to 1-2.
This would be a big out for the Titans to get Dunham out.
Star player Dunham. Yeah, that would be a really big out.
National leader in home runs at 20.
As a
according
sophomore.
to and that's according to Max Preps. Here's the 1-2 pitch. High and outside, ball 2. 2-2 the count to Dunham now.
If you are McMurray, though, I think if you do end up taking Bednar out in this game, I think even though if you start Barron's next game, you got to take her right here. I mean, she has obviously a little more playing time than Twarling has, so I think that's just the main move to go. Because it's a big game. Whoever wins this will really decide a lot in the series.
High and outside, ball 3. Yeah, it does look like they're going to bring in Twarling because she's been warming up a little bit. And then start Barron's next game with what possibly could be a different pitcher besides Madden Dunham. And it's a walk to Dunham. And it's going to be runners on first and second, and nobody out as it's a courtesy runner number 6, Natalie Davis.
Which I do think if Crete does win this game, Dunham will sit. I'm thinking. Just because then you got a whole game just so that she can recover maybe.
To the designated player because she is only listed as a pitcher. Shows bunt, pulls it back. It's a 1-0 count to Casey Dunham, who's walked and struck out. So she's 0 for 1 on the day. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Swung on, bunted down the third base side. That was a good bunt there by Dunham until it went foul. Great decision, way to put it. That might have to bring Sebran in. 1-1 the count to Dunham. Sorry, Dunaway.
It does look like they are moving first baseman in, shortstop in.
Yeah, McMurray's in on leaving a big hole up the middle. Outside, ball 2. 2-1 the count now to Dunaway. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Inside, ball 3, and Bednar's got to pitch a strike here. You cannot load the bases with nobody out here. And not much left to play in this first game. Here's the 3-1 pitch from Bednar. High ball 4, and Dunaway will take a walk, and it's runners on first, second, and third, and nobody out, and here comes Coach McMurray to talk with Bednar, and her day might be done for the first game. Big thank you goes out to our NSTV broadcast sponsors, though, Andon Bruns Construction, Gana Trucking and Excavating, Norris Association of Educators, First State Bank, Impact Athletics, Renee Goodhart with Remax Concepts, Genesis Contracting, Sandy Shields with Nebraska Realty, Scott Cohout with Mutual of Omaha, Price's Tree Farm, Proformance Physical Therapy, Pro Swip Solutions, U-Stop Venue 522, and the Norris Athletic Booster Club. Also special thanks to Hausman Construction for being our scoreboard sponsor, and to Provision Chiropractic and Wellness for sponsoring our replays. For today and all postseason events, Norris High School has to pay $100 to the SAA to broadcast this game. So if you are enjoying today's free broadcast, please consider donating to us through our PayPal account, even if it's a small amount. Links to donate can be found in the description of our videos or by visiting our website at norris160.org/NSDV. Donors will be mentioned in our future broadcast. And a big thank you goes out to Patricia Severson and Barb and Bryce Benzinger for their donation to our NSDV program. Strike 1 to Macy Dunaway, who's 0 for 2 with a strikeout in the first and a ground out to the pitcher in the third. Bases loaded. Nobody out. Infield is way in. Fouled off, and the count will move to 0-2. If you're Bednar, you got to prevent a big hit.
Infield in. Obviously, they're going to go home if it's a ground ball. But outfield, I think they just try to fire it home and see what can happen.
Definitely can't let it get by you if you're in the outfield. Here's the 0-2 pitch with a good big chance for Macy Dunaway to break the game open, and it's fouled off, and the count will remain the same at 0-2.
Because this is a big turning factor in the game right here. Bases loaded, 0 outs. I mean, this is huge. I mean, tie ball game, late in the game. So
especially since Dunham has effectively shut down the Titans offense since the first inning. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Bednar. Outside, ball 1. 1-2 the count to Dunaway. And you can't walk Dunaway because there's nowhere to put her. So, gotta hope for a strikeout here. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Bednar. Swung on and fouled off, and the count will remain the same at 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Dunaway. Swung on, hit in the air. Carlos under it, makes the catch for the first out of the inning. A big first out for the Titans.
That is a very big out. Now you can honestly get a double play in the infield.
That brings to plate number 11, Camry Drager.
Number 11, Camry Drager.
Drager walked in the first and struck out in the third. And this will be interesting because if the Titans don't get a double play here, the Cardinals have Haley Maddox on deck, who singled and homered. In there, strike 1 to Drager. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Bednar. Swung on and missed, strike 2, 0-2 the count now to Drager.
Big pitch right here, really big pitch.
Great job so far by Bednar, getting ahead in the counts.
Has done a lot better since the earlier innings.
Here's the 0-2 pitch. In there, strike 3 called. A big backwards punchy there from Bednar. And that'll bring to the plate number 3, Haley Maddox, who has both the RBIs today for the Cardinals. Single in the first brought home Casey Dunaway, and a home run in the 4th. So this will be a pretty good at-bat matchup here for the third out or here in the top of the 5th. Strike 1 to Maddox.
Bednar really starting to find the zone right now.
As the Titans side of the bleachers is starting to live up a little bit. Maddox is going to call it the timeout. She steps back in. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Bednar. Swung on, hit in the air, and it'll just get out of play. Almost caught by a Cardinal fan. And it's now 0-2 to Maddox.
If she can get out of a bases loaded jam, that is huge. Keep the game tied up 2s.
Here's the 0-2 pitch from Embry Bednar. In there, strike 3 called, and the Titans fans are on their feet. Embry Bednar works back from a bases loaded jam with nobody out. Gets a pop out and 2 strikeouts to get out of it. And heading into the bottom of the 5th, it's still tied at 2. Bednar got through the top of the 5th inning, but is now over 100 pitches, so I don't really see her going into pitch in the bottom of the 6th.
So this would be a really big inning for the Titans to get some runs here.
9-1-2 for the Titans. It's Marley Pavelka, Reese Behrens, and Liv Mackey. Titans have only gotten 1 hit outside the 1st inning, and that was a Haley McMurray single. Here's the first pitch to Marley Pavelka, who takes inside ball 1. 1-0 the count to Pavelka. Pavelka grounded out to the second baseman back in the 2nd inning. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Low, ball 2. 2-0 the count out of Pavelka. This will be Dunham's 80th pitch, as it's strike 1 to Pavelka. 2-1 the count to Pavelka, with Behrens on deck. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swung on, hit to right, and it'll just hang up for the first out of the inning. Thought that one had a chance to maybe bloop in and just kind of sink right in front of the right fielder, but just hung up long enough for the right fielder, Isabel Oltmans, to make the catch.
That's probably one of the harder balls that we've seen be hit all day.
Brings to plate Reese Behrens, who takes strike 1. 0-1 the count to Behrens, who walked in the 1st and struck out in the 2nd. Grounded up the middle to Dunham, over to 1st in time for the first out of the inning. Do you got some district updates, Max?
Waverly is beating Hastings 11-9 right now in Hastings. Bases loaded, 2 outs, 1 out to go for Waverly.
Definitely a big one over there in Hastings. And I'll bring to plate Liv Mackey, who singled in the 1st and struck out in the 3rd. And she takes strike 1.
Because both those teams are kind of in the spot where they can make it to a wild card, but it kind of depends on other teams in the district.
They're in the bubble, yeah. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Dunham, who's shut the door on the Titans offense today. 0-2 count now to Mackey, with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th, and Carlo on deck.
Only 1 hit given up since the 1st inning, and that was Carlo that got the hit.
It was, sorry to correct you, it was actually McMurray who got the hit. Titans haven't had a hit since the 3rd inning. And Mackey, great job not going around there. 1-2 count to Olivia Mackey. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Dunham. Outside ball 2, and the Cardinals fans are not happy about that one. Two count to Mackey. Here's the pitch. Swung on, hit up the middle, glances off Dunham's glove. Mackey's gonna go to 1st. Oh, to 1st, not in time. It's a big hit for Mackey after a little deflection off Dunham's glove. You can just see it kind of deflect right up there in the top of your screen. And great job there by hustling out off the line and not giving up on that hit. And now bringing Kylie Rowland to courtesy run. Runner on 1st, 2 outs for number 16, Myra Carlo.
That should still be an infield hit. You know, only 2nd hit since the 1st inning. So maybe that'll spark up a little momentum here for the Titans.
Carlo reached on an error in the 1st and grounded out to the 3rd baseman in the 3rd. Dunham's done a really good job as also preventing fly balls. Because really only there was that 2 fly balls. There was one in the 5th by Pavelka and one in the 1st by McMurray. And the one in the 1st by McMurray did not leave the infield. So here's the 1-0 pitch to Carlo. In there, strike 1. 1-1 the count now to Myra Carlo.
And that is why she's just such an elite pitcher. You know, she doesn't make a lot of fly balls. She gets a lot of ground balls for the infield. And when you get those, that just makes outs and outs.
She's not racking up the strikeouts either. Like, she came into the game with 175 strikeouts, but she only has 4 so far today. 2-1 the count out of Carlo. Just a lot of ground outs to the 3rd and 2nd baseman. So good defense so far today for the Cardinals. Just making the easy routine plays that they've needed to make. And here's the 2-1 pitch. Swung on, hit up the middle. That'll get over the shortstop head. And it'll bring runners on 1st and 2nd. And 2 outs for number 15, Haley McMurray. That one hit right up where the hands are.
Good 2-out spark here from the Titans.
Yeah. McMurray had before this inning, had the lone hit outside the 1st inning. It was a single back in the 3rd.
And what I am looking at here, Waverly defeated Hastings in the 1st district game of the day for them.
Big win there for Waverly. Ball 1 to McMurray.
They are the underdog of that series.
Dunham up over 90 pitches so far on the day. Here's the 1-0 pitch. In there, strike 1 called. 1-1 the count now to McMurray. Runners on 1st and 2nd, 2 outs. Here's the 1-1 pitch. In there, strike 2 is called. 1-2 the count now to McMurray as she's got anything close. Titans are really looking to get something on the board. Take a lead. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, hit to the shortstop. She's got it over to 1st in time for the 3rd out of the inning. And heading into the top of the 6th, it's Titans 2, Crete 2. So it'll be Logan Ochenero, followed by Aislinn Beck and Reagan Kane. 6, 7, 8 for the Cardinals, and Bedner's out to pitch the 6th. Last I checked, she was at 106 pitches. High ball 1, 1-0 the count to Ochenero, who grounded out to the 3rd baseman in the 4th and the shortstop in the 1st. As Briley Twarling's again warming up in the Titans bullpen. Swung on, hit in the air. Might be playable. Mackey up against the fence, makes the catch for the 1st out of the inning. big out there for the Titans to lead it off.
Good play by Mackey with the pop fly right next to the fence. Found the fence. Really good play.
Yeah, Mackey showed a lot of grit today. I mean, back in the 5th inning, extending the end and getting that hit, and then now just never say die going into the fence there.
True.
For the first down of the inning. That'll bring to play Aislinn Beck, who flew out to the second baseman in the 2nd and got hit by a pitch in the 4th. She takes ball 1. 1-0 the count to Beck. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Beck, sorry. Inside, ball 2, 2-0 the count now to Beck. With Reagan Kane on deck for the Titans. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Swung on and hit into the fence, and it's 2-1 the count now to Beck. Here in game 1 of 3.
Another score recap here. Blair is up on Elkhorn North, 12-9, going into the top of the 5th inning.
That is in the B4 district. Here's the 2-1 pitch from Bednar. Inside, ball 3, 3-1 the count now to Beck.
Those teams don't quite have enough leverage to be on the wild card, so whoever really wins that game will obviously make it, but whoever loses, I don't know if they'll have a chance to make it in the bubble.
In there, strike 2, especially Elkhorn North, because they're the 3rd seed in that district. Full count now to Beck. But Blair, if they were to lose, I think they would still make it because of their wild card point rankings. I don't know where they match up.
7th.
In there, strike 3 called. Another big strikeout there from Embry Bednar. And here comes the Crete coach, Keely Griffin. She did not look pleased about that call. Actually, no, they're subbing in. Number 9, Isabel Oltmans, is coming into play now. She was already playing right field, so there'll be no defensive adjustments, probably. Inside, ball 1, 1-0 the count to Isabel Oltmans. She comes in after Reagan Kane went 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Swung on and fouled off, and the count will move to 1-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Embry Bednar. Inside, ball 2, 2-1 the count now to Oltmans.
And Bednar has also had a really good showing since the 1st inning. Besides that home run that she gave it up, I mean, she got out of that bases loaded jam with 0 outs, and everything else has just gone pretty well for her. Very little hits given up.
2-1 pitch is swung on and missed, strike 2. A real nail biter of game 1 so far. It's 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Oltmans. Inside, ball 3, 3-2 the count now to Isabel Oltmans.
And you're expecting these type of games. I mean, both teams have really good pitchers. Almost kind of played the same teams in their regular season, and
I expect to see a big offensive game too.
Yes. Both ace pitchers will most likely be sitting.
Inside, ball 4, and Oltmans is going to reach on the walk. And that's a big walk because if they get Makisha Smith out here, in the top of the 7th, it'll be the 1-2-3 for the Cardinals.
Then you got Dunham up, obviously.
Keisha Smith flew out to the third baseman in the second, reached on a drop third strike in the fifth. Ball 1 to Smith. And you cannot let Makisha Smith get on here and bring up the top of the lineup, especially with Dunham. High ball 2, 2-0 the count now to Smith.
Schmutty is shifted over to second base a little more. Maybe expecting a steal here.
Big hole on the right field line. Maybe there's something I'm not seeing, but I would expect her to pull. And she's a lefty. So, I don't know. Maybe there's something in the scouting report that tells him something different. And now it's fouled off. 2-1 the count now to Smith. Or maybe Schmutty's over at second to get this throw down to second if she steals, right? If Isabel Altman steals, but
the outfield is still shifting over more to the left.
Isabel, yeah, the outfield's really shifted to the left. So anything, if she pulls it right down that line, that's going to be scoring Altman's and could be scoring Smith. 3-1 the count to Smith. And the Titans need an out.
Cannot bring it at the top of the lineup.
Yeah. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Swung on and fouled off. 3-2 the count now to Smith. Here's the payoff pitch from Embry Bednar to Makisha Smith. Check down to first. She did not go, and it's a walk, and that'll bring up the top of the lineup. And these walks have really hurt Bednar so far. She's walked that's her 7th walk of the day so far. And that'll bring to the plate number 1, Madden Dunham.
Another reason why you don't really want to bring up top lineup. Obviously, Dunham, really good player, but then you also got Dunaway. She's batting .378, and
both Dunaways, yeah.
Yeah. 518, 516, and
ball 1 to Dunham. Dunham walked back in the 5th, singled in the 3rd, and flew out to the second baseman in the 1st. Inside, ball 2, 2-0 the count now to Madden Dunham. And a walk here would load the bases.
And you can't really pitch around Dunham because then you have bases loaded, 2 outs. Obviously, it's a bad situation, but not the worst it could possibly be, but still you want to get this out right now.
Here's the 2-0 pitch from Bednar. High ball 3, and it's 3-0 the count out of Dunham. And here's the 3-0 pitch from Embry Bednar. Swung on, hit in the air. Mackey's got to play for it, makes the catch for the 3rd out of the inning, and the Titans get out of another jam. And heading into the bottom of the 6th, it's Titans 2, Cardinals 2. 5, 6, 7 up for the Titans. It's Leah Ozenbach, Keelan Yelkin, and Ava Schmuddy. Titans are looking to get a run. Haven't had one since the first. Dunham has shut down the Titans offense effectively, only allowing 3 hits since the first, and 2 of them were last inning. A lot of weak contact. No extra base hits tonight. No doubles, no triples, except for 1 home run by Haley Maddox. In there, strike 1 to Ozenbaugh, who grounded out to the second baseman in the first and struck out in the third, so she's 0 for 2. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Outs in there, strike 2. 0-2 the count now to Ozenbaugh.
You can tell this umpire really likes the outside corner. Really been calling all day. And Dunham's really been locating there, so that could be a really big reason to her success too.
Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, hit down the right field line, but it'll get out of play, and the count will remain the same at 0-2. Dunham's at 99 pitches. So here comes Dunham's 100th pitch. And she did pitch last night's game. And that'll be ball 1. 1-2 the count out to Ozenbaugh. So now both pitchers are up over 100 pitches in a tie ball game. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Dunham. Swung on and fouled. And the count will remain the same at 1-2.
Good at bat by Ozenbaugh. Really working this count up. It's already up, but.
Here comes the 5th pitch of the at-bat to Ozenbaugh. Swung on and missed, strike 3. And that'll bring to plate number 10, Keelan Yelkin.
Number 10, right fielder, Keelan Yelkin.
Yelkin singled in the first, and it was an RBI single. And struck out in the 4th. So she's 1 for 2 today. And the Titans will take any offense it can get. In there, strike 1. 0-1 the count to Yelkin. And I've kind of noticed the strike zone a bit has widened as the game goes on. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Yelkin. Fouled off. Looks like that one fouled off maybe her shin. And Yelkin seems to be okay. That's a good sign. She stays in the game, and it's an 0-2 count. Here with 1 out in the bottom of the 6th inning. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3 was 1-2 count to Yelkin, I guess. Grounded to the first base, to the pitcher Dunham. Over to first in time.
Another soft dribbler just right to the pitcher or even to the infield. Just have not been able to put good contact on the ball all day.
That brings plate number 1, Ava Schmuddy, who's 0 for 2 with 2 ground outs to the third baseman today. 1 in the first and 1 in the 4th.
Dunham has only given 1 earned run today. Other run was on the air from the second baseman.
In there, strike 1. 0-1 the count to Schmuddy. And when Dunham settled in, the Titans just haven't been able to do anything. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Outside, ball 1-1 the count out to Schmuddy. Probably going to be about the same matchup we see in Game 3 with Bednar and Dunham.
Yes.
Swung on and fouled off, and the count will move to 1-2.
But they could also be very tired. You know, from Dunham, it looks like she's not even that tired. Like, it looks like she's still pitching better than she was earlier in the early innings, kind of getting back into her regular groove.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, hit to the shortstop. She's got it over to first in time for the third out of the inning. And heading into the top of the 7th, it's Titans 2. Cardinals 2. There we go. I got there. Here we go in the top of the 7th. Leading off is number 15, Casey Dunaway. It's 2-3-4 for the Cardinals, who are looking for a run as Bednar's at over 110, I'm guessing. Dunaway's at 110 pitches. First pitch to Casey Dunaway is fouled off for strike 1. Bednar's at 131 pitches on the day so far.
That could possibly be a career high.
Bednar comes set, and here's the 0-1 pitch to Casey Dunaway. Low ball 1-1 the count now to Casey Dunaway. Titans will be the away team here in the second game. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Bednar. Inside, ball 2. 2-1 the count now to Dunaway with Macy Dunaway on deck. And it looks like Barnes is warming up in the Titan bullpen. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Low ball 3, and the Titans were not happy about that call. Here's the 3-1 pitch from Embry Bednar.
Big pitch here. You don't want to start off the inning with a walk.
Here's the 3-1 pitch. Swung on, hit up the middle. But a hit will be just the same as a walk. And Coach McMurray might have to pull Bednar, as she'll probably be approaching 140 pitches soon. I will say, if this game goes in extras, there's no way Embry Bednar is going to be pitching the 8th.
Yeah, I don't even think that. She can, but I don't think that's like logically good. Like, cause like you don't want to put her like. Obviously, she's going to pitch in like the 3rd game if they do go to 1. So you just cannot let her be that tired. That's just not good.
bunted. That's a good bunt. That'll be tough. And Carlo couldn't get the tag on. I saw it up from up here. She did not get the tag on. We might be able to see it on the replay here. Bedner misplayed it, but I could definitely see some space between the glove and Macy Dunaway. And Coach McMurray's going to come talk with Bedner. This might be her day. And the Titans fans are getting into it. And Coach McMurray is going to be talking with the umpires.
And from up here, it looked like there was a little space in between the glove and the runner, so I think that she was safe.
Yeah, I think that is the right call at first base, unfortunately for the Titans. And now the Cardinals fans are going to start their chanting. Courtesy runner number 2, Zoe Williams, for the catcher, Macy Dunaway. And this is a big inning.
0 outs, runners on first and second. Maybe she'll pull it off. Maybe she'll.
I don't know, but Bedner's approaching 140. She might already be there. And they've gotten 2 straight hits. It'll be very tough to justify Bedner continuing. It's caught by Seabrand over to first in time. Double play. Big play there from Kinsey Seabrand. And it'll be 2 outs and a runner on second. And that'll get the Titans fans on their feet. Wow. Bedner, great job there by Seabrand. Coming in, getting the bunt, catching the bunt, and then throwing it to the first baseman, Carlo. Not the greatest bunt from Camry Drager. Needed to get it down. Needed to put it on the ground and not pop it up like that.
What a play, and just good softball knowledge, just to catch the ball, throw it to first, get a double play. That's a really big out right there.
In there, strike 1 to Maddox.
Definitely helps Bedner too, just because she's so many pitches.
Relieves a lot of pressure.
Yes.
Maddox singled in the first, homered in the fourth, and struck out in the fifth. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Bedner. Just outside, ball 1. 1-1 the count out of Maddox. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Embry Bedner. Swung on and missed, strike 2. Maybe it was foul tipped. 15, Casey Dunaway didn't go to third, so I'm guessing it was foul tipped. And it's a 1-2 count to Maddox.
Big pitch here. Can she get out of another jam?
Here's the 1-2 pitch from Bedner. Swung on, hit in the air, and it'll get out of play. If I'm Crete, you gotta start Dunham keep sending Dunham out there until the Titans get a run, because
they have not been able to do anything since the first inning.
And there is no pitcher behind. Well, they have one other pitcher who has like a 70 ERA behind her.
And she's a freshman, so.
In a district final. And if you lose this game, you might have to send Dunham out for the second game, because that might be all you got. 1-2 count to Haley Maddox. Swung on, hit up the middle. It'll be a base hit. Here comes Dunaway. She will score, and it's a 3-2 ball game. Big hit there from Haley Maddox. She's had the big hits all day. 3 RBIs today. All 3 runs have come from Haley Maddox.
Yeah, what a game for the sophomore.
And that'll bring to plate number 7, Logan Ochenero. Definitely the difference maker here today. Ochenero grounded out to the shortstop in the first, grounded out to the third baseman in the fourth, and flew out to the catcher in the sixth. And Ochenero is hit. And now the Titans have their backs up against the wall again. 2 outs, runners on first and second.
And I do think it gets to a point where you just got to take out Bednar, 150 pitches on the day.
Here's the first pitch to Aislinn Beck. Swung on and missed, strike 1. 0-1 the count to Beck, who flew out to the second baseman in the fourth, got hit by a pitch in the fourth. Flew out to the second baseman in the second, hit by a pitch in the fourth, and struck out in the sixth. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 2. 0-2 the count now to Beck. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Bednar. Swung on, hit to left. Ozenbach misses it by a glove. Big hit there. 1 run will score. Here comes Ochenero. 2 runs will score. It's a big hit from Aislinn Beck. That'll open the game up. It's 5-2 ball game. And I think they just left Bednar in 1 at-bat too long.
I do too, yes.
And that was, Ozenbach was so close to making that catch there.
I think did it hit off the end of her glove?
Looked like it did from my angle. Now bring to plate number 9, Izzy Oltman. Fouled off to Oltman. 0-1 the count to Isabel Oltman. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Oltman. And it's 1-1 the count at Oltman. Here in the 5-2 ball game. Swung on, hit in the air. And that's going to get caught by Ozenbach, and that'll be the 3rd out of the inning. But the Cardinals get 3 more, and heading into the bottom of the 7th, the Titans are down big, 5-2. So it's
For the Titans, number 8.
8-9-1 for the Titans here in the bottom of the 7th inning. It's Kinsey Seabrant, Marley Pavelka, and Reese Behrens. First pitch to Seabrant. In there, strike one. 0-1 the count to Kinsey Seabrant, who grounded out to the second baseman in the second, grounded out to the third baseman in the fourth. Titans bottom of the lineup. The last three, 7, 8, 9, are 0 for 7 so far today. And if Titans are going to win this game, they're going to need some production from the bottom of the lineup. Swung on, hip the middle. Dunham's got it over to first in time for the first out of the inning.
That's a big first out for the Cardinals.
Could be game one to Cardinals as the Titans are down to their last 2 outs.
Now, if the Cardinals do win this game, I think that they do put in their freshman pitcher just to give Dunham a little rest.
In there, strike one to Pavelka. Pavelka is 0 for 2 on the day with a ground out to the second baseman in the second and a fly out to the right fielder in the fifth. That is one of the Titans' 2 fly balls on the day. Swung on, hit to the shortstop. She's got it over to first in time for the second out of the inning. And now brings to plate number 2, Reese Behrens, who walked in the first, struck out in the second, and grounded out to the pitcher in the fifth. Dunham has not allowed a run since the first inning. Here's the first pitch to Behrens. Outside, ball 1, 1-0 the count to Reese Behrens. Here's the 1-0 pitch. 1-1 the count now to Behrens. And really what happened for the Titans in this game is Bender was just went one at-bat too long, I think.
Then those runs just kept adding more runs. And I just think just so many pitches just got way too tired.
Should have gone to just needed a pitching change to Twarling or Behrens as it's 1-2 the count now to Reese Behrens.
Now with Dunham, it's the opposite thing. It looks like she's pitching better than she was in the first 2 innings.
And I think they'll still move her to the designated player spot. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, hit to the shortstop. She's got it over to first in time for the third out of the inning. And the Cardinals win game 1 and take a 1-0 lead here in the series. Titans and Cardinals will be back for game 2 in about 30 minutes. Hello, welcome to Game 2 here on NSDV. The Crete Cardinals took Game 1 5-2. Largely the same lineups from last game. And the Titan lineup batting first and pitching. That's one of the big differences. Reese Behrens batting second, playing catcher, number 7, Liv Mackey. Batting third, playing first base, number 16, Myra Carlo. Batting fourth, playing shortstop, number 15, Haley McMurray. Batting fifth, number 12, Leah Ozenbaugh. Batting sixth, the right fielder, number 10, Keelan Yelkin. Batting seventh, the second baseman, number 1, Ava Schmuddy. Behrens rips one into left center, and that's going to roll to the wall. And that'll be the Titans' first extra base hit of the day. They did not have one in the first game. And
really good way to start off the game. You know, last game obviously struggled a little bit to get hits, and that's a really good way to start off the game.
Kinsey Seabrandt's batting 8th, and Marley Pavelka's batting 9th. Embry Bednar is not in the lineup as a flex player. Courtesy running is number 6, Kylie Rowland.
Maybe a little bit of a surprise that Crete bring out their ace again. Obviously, they got the first game win, but maybe they're trying to close out the game.
That is true. Madden Dunham is back on the mound after pitching around 120 pitches in the first game. And if she gets in trouble here, you don't got much left. And she's not going to get a lot of a rest for Game 3. Swung on and fouled off, and the Titans have come out swinging. They did not seem happy about that 5-2 loss to back in the first game.
I mean, they fought really good. Going all the way to the 7th inning, it was tied. You know, they just let it slip away a little bit. But this game would not be surprised if they hit the ball pretty well.
Already one great hit from Reese Behrens. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swung on and fouled again. 0-2 the count to Liv Mackey. And you got to think maybe they're making a little better contact so far just because Dunham pitched last game and she's just not executing as well as before. But only the next few pitches we'll see if that's true.
A lot of more reps on this pitcher.
Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Dunham gets the strikeout. That'll bring to plate number 16, Myra Carlo.
Round number 1 brings to plate first baseman, number 16, Myra Carlo.
Carlo reached on an error back in the first game, then grounded out to the third baseman and singled in the 5th of the last game. Here's the first pitch to Carlo with the runner on second. She takes outside, ball 1. 1-0 the count to Myra Carlo. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Swung on, chopped to the third baseman. She's got it. Great job there. That took a tough hop there at the end. Rowland's going to get to third. And so it'll be a runner on third and 2 outs now.
Good base running by Rowland there. Recognizing that she's going to wait to throw it, then throws it. That's really good base running right there.
McMurray's up to bat now with Leah Ozenbaugh on deck. First pitch to McMurray is taken inside, ball 1. 1-0 the count to Haley McMurray. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Dunham. Swung on, hit in the air. Center fielder is under it in the blinding sun and makes the catch for the 3rd out of the inning. A leadoff double by Behrens, and the Titans can't produce anything from it. And heading into the bottom of the 1st, it's Titan 0, Cardinals coming up. Batting for the Cardinals here in the bottom of the first, it'll be Madden Dunham, followed by Casey Dunaway and Macy Dunaway. And Max, we talked during the break how there was the Titans just hit Dunham better, got better contact. And I think if the Titans do force a game 3 and Dunham gets pulled out here in the second game, I think that'll factor into game 3 because they've seen better reps against her and they've hit her better.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Because obviously I don't think Crete has enough faith into their freshman pitcher. I think that they got to go with Dunham. But if Norris starts hitting off them, they just gotta. Dunham's gonna have to pitch lights out.
It did shock me that they started Dunham game 2.
Just because she pitched 120 pitches last game, and that is so many pitches, and they're already 1 game up. So if they do go to a game 3, it's not the end of the world, obviously. So it kind of surprised me as well.
Now Barron's just has one job, and it's prevent this game from getting way out of hand and keep the runners under control. 2-1 the count to Madden Dunham. Grounded to the shortstop, Seabrandt. She's got it. Over to first in time for the first out of the inning. A big first out because Dunham leads the nation in home runs.
Dunham rounds out the third base. The first out of the inning. Bringing the plate.
And we were also talking about this earlier. Dunham is extremely tall. Like, we're thinking like 6'3" or higher.
Something like that, but yeah. So a lot of power.
In there, strike 1 to Dunaway. And from what I've seen, Embry Bednar and Reese Barons aren't exactly the same pitcher. Bednar's more speed, Barons is more off-speed stuff.
Yeah, she does have a really good off-speed. You know, she's really good at mixing in her off-speeds or her fastballs.
So that's definitely going to probably play a role here early, just because the Cardinals have seen speed all day from Barons.
And even maybe they put in Bradley Twirling too. You know, they put her in a lefty, and Crete has a decent amount of lefties. So
1-1 the count to Dunaway. Swung on, hit in the air. McMurray's going to give chase. Just can't quite come down with it. Was in foul territory, went for the basket catch. Just kind of popped out of the glove there. And kind of bobbled it getting back to the pitcher. And it's a 1-2 count to Dunaway now. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and fouled off again. And the count will remain the same at 1-2. And just as I'm saying that, Briley Twirling is warming up in the Titans bullpen.
They got to have her warm whenever, just say if this game does start getting a little out of hand, I think you just got to put her in. So always keep her warm.
Because I think that might have been what happened last game. They had no one warm. And Bednar pitched about 3 too many batters. And it got out of hand really quickly in the 7th.
Yes.
2-2 the count to Dunaway now. Swung on, hit to left. And that's going to roll to the wall. It's going to be a double for Dunaway. And it's going to put a runner on second and 1 out, for Macy Dunaway.
Dunaway with the 1-out double brings to the plate.
And a reminder, whoever wins this game, not whoever, but if Norris wins this game, they play a game 3. If Crete wins it, they're going to the state championship. Norris goes home, so.
And Norris will sit in the bubble if they do. Seeing if they can get that last wild card spot for the state championship.
The season isn't entirely over, but they obviously do want to win districts just because it's an automatic when you're in.
1-0 the count to Dunaway. So earlier, GI Northwest, they're in B1 district. They won their game against Ashland Greenwood. And when last checked, they were up 10-3 over Ashland Greenwood in game 2. Hastings lost to Waverly 11-9. And we're down 2-0 at last checked. And Blair outlasted Waverly, walking it off 15-14. Ground up, ball up the middle. Barons gets it and over to first in time for the second out of the inning. Now bring up to the plate number 11, Camry Drager.
And Grand Island Northwest most likely to be the number 1 seed. And did they get a bye?
I think since it's 8 team, I don't think so. it'll be like 2 things of 4. Ground ball fouled off of Drager. I think right now you don't want to get to Maddox. She has the hot bat. She had the home run and 3 RBIs last game.
All the runs last game, so very, very good game last game. So I think they just got to almost pitch around.
Grounded to the shortstop, McMurray. It's a weak one over to first in time for the 3rd out of the inning. They work around a 1-out double, and heading into the top of the 2nd, Titans 0, Cardinals 0. So it'll be 5, 6, 7 today. This inning for the Titans. It'll be Leah Ozenbach, Keelan Yelkin, and Ava Schmuddy. Here's the first pitch to Ozenbach. Swung on, hit to center. That ball's deep, and it'll get by the center fielder. Ozenbach's gonna head for 3rd. She's gonna be in there safely at 3rd, and it's a leadoff triple for Leah Ozenbach against Madden Dunham.
And that's a good sign on this inning. You know, both double last inning to start off the inning and a triple to start off this inning.
Yeah, that just got by the center fielder, number 25, Makisha Smith. Great job there by Smith getting towards that ball. Brings to plate number 10, Keelan Yelkin. Here's the first pitch to Yelkin. Swung on, hit down the left field line, and it'll get into the Titans dugout. And so it's an 0-1 count to Yelkin. Great job by Ozenbach just driving the first ball she saw from Dunham.
And I feel like we can almost see more confidence in the batter's box from those Titan hitters. I mean, last game, obviously, weren't hitting amazing. But this game, you can just see a lot more confidence.
It's a night and day difference, I will say. Inside ball 1-1 the count to Yelkin. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Madden Dunham. In there, strike 2 called.
But it still looks like Dunham still has same velocity. You know, she's still pitching the same.
Yeah, I don't think she's quite getting that outside corner like she was last game, but she's still hitting it pretty consistently. And here's the 1-2 pitch from Dunham now. Outside ball 2, and she did not swing.
You should put this in play and put it in play.
Hope for the best, yeah. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Fouled off. Yeah, Titans had a chance to score a run last inning. They got a leadoff double from Barons.
Left the runner in scoring position. You know, like we were saying all last game, that's you can't really do that in games like this. They did that a couple times last game, and we lost by 3 runs when they honestly could have had maybe 4 or 5.
Yeah, Crete had the same issue. They had the bases loaded at one point, nobody out, and Embry Bednar got out of it. Swung on and missed. Strike 3 to Yelkin. And that'll bring to plate number 1, Ava Schmuddy.
Yelkin strikes out for the first out of the inning. Bring to plate number 1, your second Schmuddy.
Here's the first pitch to Schmuddy. 1-0 the count to Ava Schmuddy on the ball. Ava Schmuddy did not get on last inning, but she put the ball in play. Had 3 groundouts. And here's the 1-0 pitch to Ava Schmuddy as the whole field's playing straight away. Swung on and fouled, and the count's 1-1. Dunham steps in there, and here's the 1-1 pitch. Outside, ball 2. 2-1 the count now to Schmuddy.
Class B results, it does look like Grand Island Northwest is your first team in the state championship. Beat Ashland Greenwood 18-3. They will be the #1 seed.
They're definitely my favorites for the state tournament. Grounded. It'll get by. Great job by shortstop. It's not in time down the first. And it's an infield single from Ava Schmuddy. It's a 1-0 ball game.
See, just like that, more just hitting the ball a lot better. And I just think just they were getting a lot more reps now. And they're kind of seeing it a little better.
And I think that also they've been putting the ball in play, and eventually there's only so much defense can do. Eventually they will get hits.
Yes.
That'll bring to plate number 8, Kinsey Seabrant. Swung on, hit in the air. Second baseman's under it, makes the catch for the second out of the inning. So they'll bring up Marley Pavelka.
Seabrant pops out for the second out of the inning. Brings to the plate number 4, your center fielder, Marley.
But like you're saying, I do put Northwest at my favorites. They've just been so dominant this year.
And they took care of business in their sub-district. In their district, actually. Because they run-ruled both games, right?
Yes. Won by 15 runs this last game.
And Pavelka takes ball 1. 1-0 the count to Marley Pavelka. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Pavelka. Inside, that almost hit Marley Pavelka. And it's 2-0 the count. Top of the lineup, and Reese Barron's on deck for the Titans. Runner on first and 2 outs for Marley Pavelka. And here's the 2-0 pitch. Outside, ball 3. 3-0 the count now to Marley Pavelka. Here's the 3-0 pitch. In there, strike 1 called. Here's the 3-1 pitch. In there, strike 2 as Schmuddy's going down to second on the stolen base, and it's a full count to Marley Pavelka.
Norris has now had 3 runners in scoring position in the past 2 innings, more than they pretty much did last game.
And they've had more extra base hits than last game with 2. Here's the payoff pitch. Pavelka, a really late swing there. And it's a strikeout for Dunham. And heading into the bottom of the second, it's Titans 1, Cardinals 0. Batting for the Cardinals here in the bottom of the second inning, it will be 5, 6, 7 for the Cardinals, and Haley Maddox, Logan Ochenero, and Aislinn Beck.
Really good game last game for her. All the RBIs for them.
Grounded up the middle, and Maddox once again is just pounding the Titan pitchers today.
Maddox with the leadoff single brings to the plate.
That brings to plate number 7, Logan Ochenero.
Third baseman, excuse me, Logan Ochenero.
Shows bunt. Bunt is down but foul. And it's an 0-1 count to Ochenero.
From last game, every inning that a team scored, the beginning of the inning, somebody was walked or they got a hit. So, just knowing when you don't get the first out of the inning, I think a lot of innings can go the wrong way.
0-2 the count now to Ochenero. One and 2 the count now to Ochenero. Umpire calls time. Looks like Pavelka had a visor break. The visor hat that you wore, looks like that broke. So a defender's timeout, I believe, there. And it's a 1-2 count to Ochenero. Swung on, hit to left. That's down for a base hit. And the Cardinals have something going here in this bottom of the second inning with runners on first and second and nobody out. Brings to plate number 4, Aislinn Beck.
Crete has had a lot of bloopers just like that, right in between center or left field, in between the infield.
Beck shows bunt. Bunt is down. It's a good one. Throw to first in time. Great job there by Behrens, making sure calmly throw the ball to first so you don't turn a advancement of runners one base to all of a sudden you're down 2-1.
Yeah. Because errors like that are just costly in this game, especially when you have Dunham pitching. Can't risk it.
That brings plate number 9, Isabel Oltmans. Swung on and missed, strike 1. 0-1 the count to Oltmans. On deck for the Cardinals is number 1, Madden Dunham. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swung on and fouled. 0-2. That would have about hit me if that net wasn't there. Swung on and missed, strike 3. First punch of the day for Reese Behrens and a key second out.
And that's the off speed that we were talking about. She's got multiple people on the off speed a day, and that's her type of game. She pitches really well when she has a good off speed going.
And the Titans will need a good pitching day from Reese Behrens, already down 1 game. Swung on and missed by number 25, Makisha Smith. That's on me saying that Madden Dunham was on deck. Now she's on deck. Here's the 0-1 pitch. High ball 1-1 the count to Smith. I like that decision going back up high after she's already swung through.
Yeah. Try to get her on that again.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. Just outside, ball 2. 2-1 the count now to Smith. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Smith. And that's ball 3. 3-1 the count to Makisha Smith, who toss the bat and walk down to first. Barons come set, and here's the 3-1 pitch. In there, strike 2 called. 3-2 the count now to Smith.
Painting the outside corner there.
Yes.
Both umpires have really liked that spot.
3-2 pitch is low and ball 4, and that's going to load the bases for Dunham.
Smith blocks, brings the plate. Number 1.
This is not the spot you want to be in for if you're Norris. You got the bases loaded, 2 outs, but you got the Cardinals' best hitter and maybe the nation's best power hitter in Madden Dunham, and she takes strike 1. 0-1 the count to Madden Dunham, who's 0 for 1 with a ground out to the third baseman back in the first inning.
I'm not be surprised if we see a lot of off speeds here. She saw a lot of fastballs last game.
Swung on, popped up. Seabrant's under it and bobbles it. It'll still be foul, and the count will move to 0-2. That might be a big miscue by Seabrant there.
Yeah.
Don't want to give Dunham too many second chances.
Those are the plays that you're going to want to have.
Swung on, hit down the left field line and foul. And I think where she hit, that was like right on the hands about that. And she just like muscled it that way.
There's an off speed she was early.
Yes. Just kind of shows you the power of Dunham. Inside, ball 1. 1-2 the count out of Dunham.
I like that spot right there. You know, just try to make her chase on 0-2. You know, no reason really to throw it in the zone right there.
Dunham's going to take about a step back in the box. Outside and high, ball 2. 2-2 the count now to Dunham. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swung on in the air. Seabrant's going to get another chance. And she makes a catch for the 3rd out of the inning. And heading into the top of the 3rd, it's Titans 1, Cardinals 0.
The third baseman for the 3rd out. We are now in the top of the 3rd. Norris leads 1-0. Just as a reminder to all of us, Norris is the visiting team. Crete the home team here in game 2. If there is a game 3, Norris will be the home team, Crete will be the visiting team. Recent action, Grand Island Northwest was the first Class B team to qualify for the state tournament. They defeated Ashland Greenwood in 2. Last score, first score was 8-0. Second score was 18-3. Waverly and Hastings are tied in the bottom of the 4th. Waverly leads that series 1-0. Beatrice has an early lead on Elkhorn. Those games just got started. Game 1 here at 2 o'clock. And Blair and Elkhorn North are just about ready to get started in their series. Blair leads 1-0 as well.
Top of the lineup for the Titans here in the top of the 3rd inning. It'll be Reese Behrens followed by Liv Mackey and Myra Carlo. Here's the first pitch to Behrens. Swung on, hit to the shortstop. She's got to dive for it, and there'll be no play at first. And so Behrens is 2 for 2 on the day, in this game, with a single and a double.
Norris been hitting the ball decently well today so far. They almost have more hits than they did all last game. I mean, They already have 4 hits on the day, on the game, but.
And it's courtesy running number 6, Kylie Rowland. Brings to plate number 7, Liv Mackey. Mackey struck out in her first at-bat in this game. Goes over the head of the catcher down to second, and that'll get by Rowland. Sorry, that'll get by the third shortstop, and Rowland will be on second.
They already got a runner in scoring position, 1-0, 0 outs.
1-0 count to Mackey. That could have been a big miscue from Elkhorn. Sorry, not Elkhorn. The Cardinals. For some reason, they look the same to me. Same like color scheme in their uniforms. But it's a 1-0 count to Mackey. Oh. Bunt, it was down, and then it hit the bat of Mackey, and so foul. 1-1 the count now to Mackey.
Now it's almost a perfect placement where you want to have a bunt. I mean, kind of in no man's land, so.
That would have gotten Rowland to third.
Yeah.
And Mackey runs hard down to first.
Yeah.
And here's the 1-1 pitch from Dunham. Shows bunt again. That's a bunt is down. Throw down to first is in time. That'll move Rowland down to third on the sack bunt.
And now you got Carlo up, one of your power hitters.
Now you got Myra Carlo up, who grounded out to the third baseman back in the first inning.
Really anything in the field besides the pitcher's going to score one, so just put something in play.
First pitch to Carlo is in there, strike one. 0-1 the count to Myra Carlo. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Carlo. Inside, ball one. 1-1 the count out of Myra Carlo. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Low, ball 2. 2-1 the count out of Carlo. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Myra Carlo. Swung on, that'll get through, that'll score a run. Carlo's on with a 1-out single, and the throw to the shortstop, number 15, Casey Dunaway. When she tried to scoop it, it hit off her glove and rolled a little bit. That'll move Carlo to second on the error from the shortstop, so it's a single E6.
Norris just raking off Dunham right now. 5 hits. Already up 2-0.
And that'll bring to plate number 15, Haley McMurray, who hit a great fly ball to the center fielder back in the first inning. In there, strike one. 0-1 the count to Haley McMurray. Here's the 0-1 pitch to McMurray. Swung on, hit to center. That ball will get by the center fielder, Smith. Carlo's coming around third. She will score. It's McMurray and Carlo will trade places. It's a RBI double from Haley McMurray, and the Titans take a 3-0 lead.
And Norris is just seeing her so much better now.
And that'll bring to plate number 12, Leah Ozenbaugh. Ozenbaugh is 1 for 1 with a triple back in the second inning. She takes outside, ball 1, 1-0 the count to Leah Ozenbaugh, the only non-senior starting in the Titans lineup.
Had a triple last at bat.
Both teams have been hitting the ball really well so far in this game. In there, strike one. 1-1 the count now to Ozenbaugh. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Dunham. A low ball 2. 2-1 the count to the Uzenba. Here's the 2-1 pitch. In there, strike 2 called. 2-2 the count out of Lee Uzenba.
Dunham's really going for the inside corner. Both umps today have been really outside inside corner.
Here's the 2-2 pitch from Dunham. Fouled off, and the count will remain the same at 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch. High and outside, ball 3. 3-2 the count now to Uzenba with Keelan Yelkin on deck for the Titans. And still only 1 out here in the top of the 3rd. Big pitch coming. Swung on, hit to the right field. Right fielder's got it, and it's gonna hit off her glove. McMurray's going to head to 3rd on the error by Isabel Oltmans.
Rosenbaugh reaches first on the error by the right fielder.
And here comes out the Crete coach, Keeley Griffin, to talk with Dunham. And I'm going to give a big thank you goes out to our NSDV broadcast sponsors, Andon Bruns Construction, Gana Trucking and Excavating, Norris Association of Educators, First State Bank, Impact Athletics, Renee Goodhart with Remax Concepts, Genesis Contracting, Sandy Shields with Nebraska Realty, Scott Cohote with Mutual of Omaha, Price's Tree Farm, Performance Physical Therapy, Pro SWIP Solutions, U-Stop, Venue 522, and the Norris Athletic Booster Club. Also, special thanks to Hausman Construction for being our scoreboard sponsor, and to Provision Chiropractic and Wellness for sponsoring our replays. For today and all postseason events, Norris High School has to pay $100 to NSAA to broadcast this game. So if you're enjoying tonight's free broadcast, please consider donating to us through our PayPal account, even if it's a small amount. Links to donate can be found in the description of our videos or by visiting our website at norris160.org/NSTV. Donors will be mentioned in our future broadcast. A big thank you goes out to Patricia Severson and Barb and Bryce Benzinger. Yelkin shows bunt. Dunham goes to 3rd with it as McMurray tried to go home. And it'll put bases loaded and 1 out as Uzenba moves to 2nd. And Yelkin will be at 1st. That brings plate number 1, Ava Schmuddy.
On those type plays, it's so tough to tell if you want to throw it at 1st, then the runner at 3rd goes home. But honestly, I don't even think that's a bad decision. No.
No, that was not a bad decision. McMurray was definitely a little bit too far off the base. If she would have taken maybe like 2 steps, Dunham would have just 2 less steps. Dunham would have just fired first, and then you come home there.
And now Crete has a chance for a double play up, possibly. You know, if they hit it in the infield, throw it to home, first base.
0-1 count to Schmuddy there. But also now the Titans have the bases loaded and 1 out rather than runner on 2nd, 2 outs. But you trade an out for a run there. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Schmuddy. Swung on and fouled off, and the count's now 0-2. Schmuddy singled it back in her first at-bat. That was an RBI single. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Schmuddy. Just outside, ball 1-2 the count now to Schmuddy. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Schmuddy from Madden Dunham. fouled off. Great job there by Schmuddy, just kind of putting the bat to it. And the count will remain the same at 1-2. Waverly just went up big over Hastings, 10-4 in the bottom of the 4th inning. Waverly already won game 1, and so Hastings is in trouble. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and fouled off, and the count will remain the same at 1-2. This has been a great at-bat from Schmuddy so far. Already a 5-pitch at-bat with 2 foul balls, and just making Dunham pitch to Schmuddy in this 2-strike count.
Both teams have been really good about getting their pitch counts up.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, hit in the air. Right fielder's coming in. That's Oltmans. She's got it. McMurray's going to come home. It's going to be a close one at the plate. Not in time. Oltman's going to take McMurray's going to slide into home. And that's Yelkin over there at second who took off when the ball was thrown. And so it'll be runners at second and third as Ozenball went to third. And the Titans take a 4-0 lead.
Aggressive base run in there by McMurray.
Agreed, that ball was not that deep. And the umpires are going to talk this one over. That was a very close play at the plate. I think McMurray did slide a hand around the tag, and I think Yelkin also got to second safely.
And both very, very close. But I think both of them are safe. I don't think that you can overrule that.
And they will not overrule it. And it's a 4-0 ball game. The Crete fans are not happy about that one. Very good turnout from the Crete fans having to travel to Norris, even though it isn't that long of a drive, but for Friday, it's a really good turnout. Swung on and fouled off. 0-1 the count to Kinsey Seabrant, who flew out to the second baseman back in the 2nd inning. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swung on, hit to left field, but that will get out of play. And the count's now 0-2 to Seabrant with 2 outs and runners out in 2nd and 3rd.
You got to think the wind has kind of been playing a factor on pop flies, you know. Yeah, we haven't really seen a lot of deep balls today. A lot more hard line drives low to the ground.
Here's the 0-2 pitch. High and outside, ball 1. 1-2 the count now to Seabrant. And really, the Titans did a good job putting the ball in play last game because they did not strike out a lot to Dunham. They just got kind of unlucky where the ball placed. They hit one a lot to the third base, second base, and shortstop.
They were putting it in play, just not as good as contact like they are this game.
Yeah, Dunham forced a lot of weak contact in the first game. 1-2 the count will... It's still for Seabrant after that foul ball down the right field line. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, hit up the middle. That's a base hit. 1 run will score. Here comes Yelkin. She will score, and it's a 6-0 ball game. Big hit there from Kinsey Seabrant, a 2 RBI single. And that'll bring to the plate number 4, Marley Pavelka, the center fielder. Here's the first pitch to Pavelka. Swung on down the right field line, almost got caught by the first baseman, almost hit the umpire. And it's strike 1. 1-1 the count to Marley Pavelka, who struck out back in the 2nd inning. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swung on and fouled off, and the count will move to 0-2.
Now, at any point in the game, do you decide when to put in the backup pitcher for Crete?
Honestly, if Norris gets 6 more runs or like 4 more runs, it's run rule.
That is true.
1-2 the count now to Pavelka. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, hit to left center. Left fielder coming in, makes the catch for the 3rd out of the inning. But not before the Titans get 5 more. And the Titans lead 6-0 going into the bottom of the 3rd. So here we are in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Titans in the lead 6-0. It's 2-3-4 for the Cardinals. It's Casey Dunaway, Macy Dunaway, and Cambry Drager. Dunaway doubled back in the 1st inning. She is 1 of 3 hits so far this game for the Cardinals. Swung on and missed, strike 1 to Dunaway. And looks like there might be some action in the Elkhorn bullpen. It's not the Elkhorn, I did it again. The Cardinal bullpen. 1-1 the count now to Dunaway. One and two the count now to Dunaway, with Macy Dunaway on deck. The Cardinals have also done a great job putting the ball in play so far. Only 1 strikeout so far this game. Here's the 1-2 pitch outside, ball 2. 2-2 the count now to Dunaway.
Barron's is a really good ground ball pitcher. She creates a lot of ground balls, a lot of even pop outs. You know, she doesn't strike a lot of people out, but she does get a lot of ground balls.
Very close call there, and that's 3-2 now to Dunaway. That probably was a ball. I'll have to agree with the umpire there. A little high. And that'll be ball 4. It's a walk to Dunaway. That brings to plate number 5, Macy Dunaway. So Macy Dunaway up to bat for the Cardinals. She's 0 for 1 with the ground out to the pitcher back in the first inning. One and 0 the count to Dunaway. Swung on, fouled, and it's 1-1 the count now to Dunaway. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Low ball 2, and Casey Dunaway is going to take second.
Crete now has a runner in swarm position.
Runner on second, nobody out here in the bottom of the third inning. Here's a 2-1 pitch. Swung up the middle. Great job there by Barons getting the ground ball. And that's the first out of the inning. Dunaway will move to third, though. Brings to plate number 11, Camry Drager.
Dunaway advances to third on the throw.
Here's the first pitch to Camry Drager. Inside, ball 1. 1-0 the count to Drager, with Haley Maddox on deck for the Cardinals. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Barons. Outside, ball 2. 2-0 the count now to Drager. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Low, ball 3. 3-0 the count now to Drager. Here's the 3-0 pitch. Inside, ball 4, and it's a 4-pitch walk to Camry Drager. And that brings up number 3, Haley Maddox, who's been the Cardinals' best hitter of the day. I mean, she had the home run. She had 3 RBIs last game.
Four hits in total today.
And a single already today in this game, yeah. Swung on and missed, strike 1. 0-1 the count now to Maddox. And Drager will remove the double play opportunity as Drager moves to second base on the stolen base. Swung on, hit to right. That'll get down for a base hit. 1 run will score. Here comes Drager. She will score, and it's a 6-2 ball game.
Another hit from Maddox. What a game she's been having. 5 RBIs today.
Yeah, she's definitely coming clutch for the Cardinals here in the postseason for the Cardinals. 5 RBIs out of the 7 runs the Cardinals have had today. And that brings to plate number 7, Logan Ochenero, as the Titans have a 4-run lead. High ball 1, 1-0 the count to Ochenero. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Swung on, hit up the middle. McMurray bobbles it. And they tried to go to second, but they weren't able to get it. And it'll be runners down first and second, and 1 out for Aislinn Beck.
And these walks and errors just keep starting to add up.
For both teams, yeah. Brings the plate number 4, Aislinn Beck up to bat. She grounded out to the pitcher back in the second inning. Swung on and missed, strike 1, 0-1 the count to Beck.
Waverly still on top of the Tigers. 10-4 going into the top of the 5th.
Low ball 1, 1-1 the count now to Beck, with Isabel Oltmans on deck for the Cardinals. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 2. 1-2 the count now to Beck. great opportunity here for Crete because they got runners on first and second and only one out, and they really need some runs here to get back in this game. And that's fouled, and the count will remain the same at 1-2. And that might have hit someone's car. And the count will be 1-2 to Beck. And here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Big second out there for the Titans.
Really?
That brings plate number 9, Isabel Oltmans.
Really good off speed there.
Oltmans is 0 for 1 with a strikeout back in the second inning. Barons has 2 punchies so far today. Swung on and missed, strike 1. 0-1 the count to Isabel Oltmans. Here's the 0-1 pitch. In there, strike 2 called. 0-2 the count out to Oltmans.
Barons can get this out here. That'd be good because obviously be out of the inning and just stop some increased momentum.
In there, strike 3 called. Back-to-back punchies for Barons to get the Titans out of a tough jam, and heading into the top of the 4th, it's Titans 6, Crete 2.
Norris 6, Crete 2. Start the top of the 4th inning. It'll be the top of the order for the Titans. Leading off the pitcher number 2, Reese Barons.
1-2-3 due up for the Titans. And Reese Barons, Liv Mackey, and Myra Carlo. Barons is 2 for 2 with a single and a double.
Norris can add more insurance runs here. I might start getting a little nervous if I was Crete.
I believe it's 12 runs for a run rule in the 4th, and then 10 in the 5th, 8 after 6. Still far away from that, but that's just for everyone out there. Because there have been a couple run rules today in district games, like Northwest beating Ashland Greenwood 18-3. 1-1 the count to Barons now. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Low ball 2. 2-1 the count now to Reese Barons. Here's the 2-1 pitch from Madden Dunham. Swung on, hit to left. It's a base hit for Barons. And it's a leadoff single for the Titans. That brings plate number 7, Liv Mackey. And courtesy running for Barons is number 6, Kylie Rowland. Mackey struck out in the 1st and sec, bunted in the 3rd. That set up Barons getting to 3rd and set her up for scoring later that inning.
Mackey been really good today. Threw someone out at second, which was really big for last game. And today she pretty much got a run in for them, so.
Ball 1 to Mackey. 1-0 the count to Liv Mackey. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Mackey. Bunted, foul. Fair ball. Wow. The umpire called it fair. Mackey, great hustle down the line as the catcher, Macy Dunaway, popped up and didn't know where it was exactly on the sacrifice bunt.
It looked like he was almost still in the box.
Yeah. I think it was just barely fair there, that side. And so, because you can see, the umpire did call it fair. And so that brings play Myra Carlo, who singled and reached on and made it to second on an error in the third. 1-0 the count to Myra Carlo with a runner on second and 1 out. Swung on, hit up the middle, glances off of Dunham's glove, throw to first in time. Great hustle there by number 11, Camry Drager. That was just great hustle there, great awareness. See, it just glanced off of Dunham's glove there, and just great hustle there from number 11, Drager. Because that happened last game where one ground ball just glanced off of Dunham's glove, and whoever hit it got to first. That brings to McMurray to the plate with a runner on third and 2 outs. And she hits one down the third base side, but it's foul, and it's 0-1. The count to Haley McMurray. With Leah Ozenball on deck for the Titans. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swung on, hit in the air. First baseman's under it. And the Titans get a runner in scoring position but can't capitalize. And heading into the bottom of the fourth, it's Titans 6, Elkhorn 2. Here we are in the bottom of the fourth inning. It'll be 9-1-2 for the Cardinals. It's Makisha Smith followed by Madden Dunham and Casey Dunaway. Smith walked in her first at-bat back in the second inning. And she takes high, ball 1-0 the count to Makisha Smith. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Barons. High and inside, ball 2-0 the count now to Smith. And Barons is warming up in the Titan bullpen with Briley twirling also by your side. Swung on and missed, strike one. 2-1 the count now to Makisha Smith.
And if this game does get close, would not be surprised if Benner does come in. I mean, she will be a little rested. And
swung on, hit in the air. They got to talk it over. And another collision almost from the Titans. They had one last game between Schmuddy and McMurray, and Schmuddy did come down with it. And that one, Mackey did come down with it, but it was very close to hitting each other.
Mackey has made some good plays there at the catch position, just from pop flies and throwing a couple people out.
So that brings to plate number 1, Madden Dunham. She takes inside ball 1, 1-0 the count to Dunham. Here's the 1-0 pitch. In there, strike 1 called. 1-1 the count now to Dunham. It popped up. Schmuddy's under it, makes the catch for the second out of the inning. That brings plate number 15, Casey Dunaway.
Norris had really stopped her from hitting the ball. I mean, does she even have a hit today?
Yeah, she had a single back in the third inning, and she got back in the third inning of the last game, and a walk in the fifth of the inning of the last game.
But overall, they've kept her in the park, which was probably the main goal. You know, they don't want to give up too many of those.
Yeah, only one home run hit today, and that was Haley Maddox back in the fourth inning of the last game. Swung on, hit in the air. Ozenbaugh's going for it, just can't get it, and it goes by her. And Dunaway's going to head to second with a 2-out double. Ozenbaugh only a sophomore, but so there's chance for growth there. But on that play, you would like to see her just kind of take a step back, wait for it to drop to her, and keep it a single rather than
just
go into a double.
Just keep the ball in front of her, get the ball in.
Swung on and missed to Macy Dunaway. 0-1 the count. Here's the 0-1 pitch. In there, strike 2 called. Oh and 2 the count to Macy Dunaway with a runner on second and 2 outs. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Inside ball 1, 1-2 the count now to Dunaway. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, hit to center. Pavelka's got a chance at it, makes the catch for the third out of the inning. And heading into the top of the fifth, it's Titans 6, Cardinals 2.
Norris 6, Crete 2.
So a new pitcher for the Cardinals. It's number 9, Isabel Oltmans. So, and Dunham will be in right field. So Leah Uzenbaugh batting now for the Titans. She's 2 for 2 with a triple in the second and a single in the third. Here's the first pitch to Uzenbaugh. She takes ball 1. 1-0 the count to Leah Uzenbaugh. Here's the 1-0 pitch. High ball 2. 2-0 the count now to Uzenbaugh. Here's the 2-0 pitch from Oltmans. In there, strike 1 called. 2-1 the count now to Uzenbaugh.
And Oltmans has not seen a lot of pitching time this year, just because German has been so good for them, and she's only a freshman too. Oltmans is.
Big spot here for the freshman. And Uzenbaugh takes low ball 3. 3-1 the count now to Uzenbaugh. You got any stats on Oltmans? Here's the 3-1 pitch from Oltmans.
And Oltmans has 10 appearances this year, 0 wins, 0 losses, 6.53 ERA, and that's about it. I mean, it seems like she comes in more when they have a lot of runs, when they're winning by a good amount.
Or in tournament play when Dunham needs a break.
Kind of like this.
So full count to Uzenbaugh now. Swung on, grounded down the third base line, and it'll be foul. And the count will remain the same at 3-2. Here's the payoff pitch from Isabel Oltmans to Leah Uzenbaugh. High ball 4, and Uzenbaugh draws the leadoff walk. That brings to the plate number 10, Keelan Yelkin. Yelkin struck out in the second and singled in the third.
And we have talked about all day, those walks at the beginning of the innings just ruin the momentum and give the hitting team a momentum so much. So
yeah, Bednar struggled with it last game, but somehow worked around it for six innings, and then that 7th inning, that kind of got away from her. 0-1 the count to Yelkin. Here's the 0-1 count. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swung on a miss, strike 2. 0-2 the count to Keelan Yelkin.
And if we do possibly go to the third game, we'll most likely obviously be seeing Derman. So
yeah. And probably Bednar again.
Yep. I would not expect Barons to pitch after this game unless if they really need her.
Outside ball 1, 1-2 the count now to Yelkin.
Because Derman, by the end of the day, she might have over 250 pitches, which is crazy.
And probably all in total in the last 2 days, probably over 300. Low ball 2, and that's going to get by the catcher Dunaway. And Uzenbaugh's going to head down to second. Two count to Yelkin. With Ava Schmuddy on deck for the Titans. Swung on and missed, strike 3. First punchy of the day for Oltmans. And that'll bring to plate number 1, Ava Schmuddy.
Schmuddy singled in the second and flew out to the right fielder in the third. Here's the first pitch to Schmuddy. Outside, ball 1, 1-0 the count to Ava Schmuddy. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Isabel Oltmans. In there, strike 1, 1-1 the count out of Schmuddy. Oltmans looking for the sign. She'll come set, and here's the 1-1 pitch to Schmuddy. Swung on, foul down the left field line. It'll bounce for a little bit. And the count will move to 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Schmuddy. Swung on and missed, strike 3, the second punchy of the day for Oltmans.
Oltmans has had a pretty good off speed so far. She's got Yokin and she's got Schmuddy on that.
That brings plate number 8, Kinsey Seabrant, who singled in the third. That was a 2 RBI single to get the lead to 6 before the Crete Cardinals scored 2 in the third. 0-1 the count to Kinsey Seabrant. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swung on, hit down the left field line, hit off the top of the bullpen's fence, and it's foul. 0-2 the count to Seabrant now. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Oltmans. Low ball 1, 1-2 the count now to Seabrant. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Kinsey Seabrant to Kinsey Seabrant. Swung on and fouled off, and the count will remain the same at 1-2.
Good at bat here by Seabrant. Both teams have been doing so good, you know, fighting off pitches when it's 1-2, 0-2. You know, both teams have not really been swinging at any bad pitches. They've all been swinging really consistently in the zone.
And here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, and Oltmans strikes out the side. And heading into the bottom of the 5th, it's Titans 6, Cardinals 2. Leading off for the Cardinals here in the bottom of the 5th inning will be number 11, Camry Drager, followed by Haley Maddox and Logan Ochinero.
Swung on, hit to Barons, and over to first in time for the first out of the inning. That'll bring up Haley Maddox, who has been Crete's best hitter today.
She's batting 1,000 on the day today.
Almost 1,000 today, Max. She has one strikeout. That was back in the first game. She's batting 1,000 in this game.
In this game.
1-0 the count to Maddox. 1-1 the count now to Haley Maddox. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Inside, ball 2. 2-1 the count now to Maddox. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swung on, hit to the second baseman, and just gets by the glove of Ava Schmuddy. And Maddox is on again with a single. That brings plate number 7, Logan Ochenero, who singled in the second and reached on an error by the shortstop in the third.
Maddox just going to continue her amazing day. She's been so good for the Cardinals today.
Swung on, hit in the air to left. Ozenbaz under it, makes the catch for the second out of the inning. Brings to plate the left fielder number 4, Aislinn Beck. First pitch to Beck is swung on and missed, strike 1. And it hit the catcher, Liv Mackey. That's why the umpire called the ball dead and walked the ball back to East Barron just to give Mackey a little bit of time.
Little game update. Waverly advances to the state championships after defeating Hastings 12-4, being your second team to qualify for the state championships.
And where does Hastings fall in the wild card standings?
They fall 7th.
They fall 7th. 7th in the standings. Norris is 4th. So I don't know how that works out. All this works out, but I think if Norris were to lose this, I think they would still get in. Unless one of the top 3 in wild card points ahead of them were to lose, then they would get that last 8th wild card spot. 2-2 count to Aislinn Beck. Fouled off, and it count will remain the same at 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch. In there, strike 3 called. And going into the top of the 6th, it's Titans 6, Cardinals 2. So it's 9-1-2 for the Titans. And Marley Pavelka, Reese Behrens, and Liv Mackey. And Oltmans is on for her second inning of work. She allowed a walk and then struck out the side from there. And here's the first pitch from Oltmans. In there, strike one. 0-1 the count to Marley Pavelka. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Pavelka. Inside, ball one. 1-1 the count now to Pavelka. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Oltmans. Swung on, hit, and that's a base hit for Marley Pavelka. Brings to plate the pitcher, number 2, Reese Behrens, who is 3 for 3 with the double in the first, a single in the third, and a single in the fourth. Here's the first pitch to Behrens. In there, strike one. 0-1 the count to Reese Behrens. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Oltmans once she comes set. She looks at the scouting report. And here's the 0-1 pitch. Swung on, fouled. And the count will move to 0-2. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Oltmans. Outside, ball two. Pavelka's moving down to second. And that one almost got by number 11, Camry Drager. And Pavelka will be on second with a stolen base.
Norris has been very aggressive with their steals today, and just when they're trying to tag it from home, you know, been very, very aggressive.
And Macy Dunaway's been a little errant on the throws so far today. Swung on, hit to the first baseman. She's got it, and she'll step on first for the first out of the inning. Brings to plate number 7, Liv Mackey, who struck out in the first, sack bunted in the third, and sack bunted in the fourth. I believe she's bunted all 3 at-bats today in this game. And here's the first pitch from Oltmans. Swung on and missed, strike one to Mackey. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Oltmans once she comes set. Now she's set, and now here's the 0-1 pitch. 1-1 the count now to Mackey. Myra Carlo on deck for the Titans. Here, it's a 6-2 lead for the Titans. Runner on second, 1 out, and a 1-1 count to Mackey. And here's the 1-1 pitch. Swung on, hit in the air. Center fielder, right fielder coming in. It's Dunham who can't get to it. I don't know if she lost it a little bit. And there goes Mackey down to second. And they will move Mackey. I thought the umpire motioned for Mackey to go down to first. Right now it's a runner on second and third and 1 out.
Both teams have kind of done an iffy job on communicating.
And number 13, Hayden Schupakel, out to pin courtesy run.
Don't really get what happened there. Umpire kind of signaled to her to go back, and then she didn't.
Yeah,
I
don't know what exactly happened there. But it's a runner on second and third for Norris. And
one out from Myra Carlo, who pops one straight in the air. Second baseman's out there and makes the catch for the second out of the inning. That brings plate number 15, Haley McMurray, here with 2 outs and runners, 2 runners in scoring position. McMurray flew out to the center field in the first, doubled in the third, and flew out to the first baseman in the fourth. Here's the first pitch to Haley McMurray. Inside, ball 1, 1-0 the count to McMurray. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Oltmans. Swung on, hit to center. Smith is out there and makes the catch for the third out of the inning. Switched it to a basket catch at the end. And heading into the bottom of the 6th, it's Titans 6, Cardinals 2. So here we are in the bottom of the 6th inning. It'll be 8-9-1 for the Cardinals. And Isabel Oltmans, Makisha Smith, and Madden Dunham. Oltmans struck out in the second and the third. Here's the first pitch to Oltmans. High and outside, ball 1, 1-0 the count to Isabel Oltmans. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Behrens. Swung on and fouled off, and the count will move to 1-1.
Barron's been doing a really good job so far, keeping everything on the ground.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. In there, strike 2. 1-2 the count now to Oltmans. And Behrens is starting to warm up in the Titan bullpen. Swung on him, Bedner, and strike 3 to Oltmans.
You're starting to slowly lose it, Mitchell.
It's been a long day. Keep calling Crete, Elkhorn, Bedner, Behrens, Dunham, Dunaway. Swung on, hit to right. Yelkin can't get to it. It glances off the glove. Smith's gonna go into third with a stand-up triple, and Crete's got a runner on third. It's because I said I keep calling Crete Elkhorn, and then I. I don't know where that come from, because it wasn't a problem in the first game. Low ball 1 to Dunham.
and it's almost starting to kind of seem like the sun is kind of putting a factor for the outfield. Seen a lot of missed fly balls today.
Outside, ball 2, 2-0 the count to Dunham. Swung on, hit to left, way foul. And way deep. 2-1 the count now to Dunham. And here's the 2-1 pitch. High ball 3. 3-1 the count now to Dunham. Swung on, hit to left. That's down for a base hit, and the lead of the Titans is now down to 3 on the base hit single from Dunham. Brings plate number 15, Casey Dunaway. Dunaway's 2 for 2 with a double in the first, a walk in the third, and a double in the fourth. Here's the first pitch to Dunaway. Swung on, hit to left. Ozenbaugh is under it, makes the catch for the second out of the inning. So Macy Dunaway up to bat for the Cardinals. Line drive, base hit.
The Cardinals starting to get a little hot.
And off that single, it'll move Dunaway to Dunham to second.
Dunaway with the single brings to the plate, number 11, second baseman, Cameron Drager.
And looks like school just got done here at Norris.
For Dunaway, number 6, Natalie Davis.
And here comes out Coach McMurray to talk with Barons as Camry Drager comes up to bat. And a big thank you goes out to our NSTV broadcast sponsors, Andon Bruns Construction, Gaina Trucking and Excavating, Norris Association of Educators, First State Bank, Impact Athletics, Renee Goodhart with Remax Concepts, Genesis Contracting, Sandy Shields with Nebraska Realty, Scott Coat with Mutual of Omaha, Price's Tree Farm, Proformance Physical Therapy, Pro Swip Solutions, U-Stop, Venue 522, and the Norris Athletic Booster Club. And also a special thanks for Hausman Construction for being our scoreboard sponsor, and to Provision Chiropractic and Wellness for sponsoring our replays. For today and all postseason events, Norris High School has to pay $100 to the NSAA to broadcast this game. So if you're enjoying tonight's free broadcast, please consider donating to us through our PayPal account, even if it's a small amount. Links to donate can be found in the description of our videos or by visiting our website at norris160.org/NSTV. Donors will be mentioned in our future broadcasts. Big thank you goes out to Patricia Severson and Barb and Bryce Benzinger for their donation to our NSTV program. 0-1 count to Macy Camry Drager.
Barron's starting to kind of lose his zone a little bit here.
1-1 count to Drager now. In there, strike 2. 1-2 the count now to Camry Drager with 2 outs and runners on first and second. Swung on and fouled off, and the count's now 1-2.
And this would be a big out because you got Maddox coming up next, and she's been really good for the Cardinals this game.
And that's high ball 2. 2-2 the count now to Drager. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Big pitch there from Barons. And heading into the top of the 7th, it's Titans 6, Cardinals 3. Batting for the Titans here in the top of the 7th inning, it'll be number 12, Leah Ozenbaugh, followed by Keelan Yelkin and Ava Schmuddy. Here's the first pitch to Ozenbaugh. Low ball 1, 1-0 the count to Leah Ozenbaugh. Here's the 1-0 pitch. In there, strike 1 called. 1-1 the count now to Ozenbaugh. Here's the 1-1 pitch. In there, strike 2 called. 1-2 the count now to Ozenbaugh.
And the Crete freshman pitcher, Altmans, she's been pitching pretty well. You know, kind of a shaky start of her freshman year, but so far today she's been doing really well.
Here's the 1-2 pitch from Altmans. Outside, ball 2, 2-2 the count out to Ozenbaugh. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Altmans when she comes set. Swung on, hit to left, deep back, but foul. And the count will remain the same at 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swung on, hit in the air. Smith is after it. It'll be caught by Dunham in right. Now bring to plate number 10, Keelan Yelkin.
And you expect for the next inning, for the last part of the inning, Barons to come in, or do you expect Benner to come back in?
I'm expecting Barons on a short leash, like if a runner got on, I'd bring in a new pitcher.
Just because you don't really want to see what happened from last game, you know?
Yes. 1-0 the count to Yelkin with 1 out here in the top of the 7th inning. Swung on, hit in the air to left. Left fielder's under it, makes the catch for the 2nd out of the inning.
Yelkin flies out to left for the 2nd out of the inning. Brings to plate second baseman.
I'll bring to plate the second baseman, number 1, Ava Schmuddy. Schmuddy singled in the 2nd, flew out to the right fielder in the 3rd, and struck out in the 5th. One 1-0 the count to Schmuddy. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Oltmans. Swung on, hit to left. Left fielder's under it, makes a catch for the 3rd out of the inning. And heading into the bottom of the 7th, Titans 6, Cardinals 3. Here we are in the bottom of the 7th inning. It'll be 5, 6, 7 for the Cardinals. It's number 3, Haley Maddox, followed by Logan Ochinero and Aislinn Beck. Aaron hit the bottom of the 7th.
Crete gonna try to find a way to walk this game off.
Titans are 3 outs away from forcing a game 3. 1-0 the count to Maddox.
And that game 3 will be a winner go home type deal.
Yes. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Haley Maddox. Swung on, hit to the 3rd baseman. Seabrand over to 1st in time for the 1st out of the inning.
And that's a really, really big start of the inning. Maddox has been so good today, and that's just so that's just like a really big out.
That's only Maddox's 2nd out of the game of the today.
Yeah.
And that brings to plate number 7, Logan Ochinero, who fouls off the first pitch she sees. Looks like we might be dealing with some video difficulties, technical difficulties. In there, strike 2. 0-2 the count now to Logan Ochinero. Swung on, hit in the air, and that'll just get out of play. And the count will remain the same at 0-2. Just stick with us here. I think our technical difficulties will get fixed. Hopefully. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Outside, ball 1. 1-2 the count now to Ochinero. And here's the 1-2 pitch from Reese Behrens. Swung on, hit to left, and foul down the left field line. And the count will move to be the same at 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, hit to the 2nd baseman, Schmuddy. She's got it for the 2nd out of the inning. That'll bring to plate number 4, Aislinn Beck.
One more out, then Norris will force a game 3.
Yes, and Aislinn Beck's 0 for 3 on the day with a ground out to the pitcher. In the 2nd, a strikeout in the 3rd, and a strikeout in the 5th. And they will not be batting Beck, looks like, as Beck's going to head back to the dugout. They're going to bring in sounds like number 24, Reagan Kane.
And if you're Norris, I mean, you got to feel pretty confident. You know, earlier this game, you were hitting the ball pretty well off Dunham. And so going into the next game, if you win this game, you're going to have momentum going in. And I think Norris should have a good chance.
And you're going to have a rested Bedner. It'll be a good one. Stick with us, folks. And thank you for bearing with us through that technical difficulty. Swung on a missed strike, 1 to Kane. Kane did get a play last game. She struck out twice in the second and the fourth. Swung on and fouled off, and the count's now 0-2 to Reagan Kane. And here's the 0-2 pitch from Barons. Swung on and fouled off, and the count will remain the same at 0-2. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Barons. Low ball 1-2 the count now to Kane. The 1-2 pitch swung on, hit in the air, and caught for the third out of the inning. And the Titans win game 2, 6-3, and it'll be a winner-take-all game 3. And so we'll see you game 3 30 minutes from now. 4:20 projected start time.
Norris will be the home team on the scoreboard. Crete will be the visiting team and will bat first in game 3. Everything's like the first two games. It'll be a treat for everyone here as we finish up with Game 3, winner take all district final. And so as we get going here again, best of 3, 2 of 3 championship series, the winner will automatically qualify for the state tournament next week in Hastings. We do want to thank as well our men in blue, Frank Girardi, Michael Hers, and Scott Wagner. Thank you for your service to athletes here today. We will get started here shortly with Norris being the home team, Crete the visiting team. We'll do lineups as we go. Pitcher for Crete is Madden Dunham, and catcher is Macy Dunaway for Norris. In the circle will be Embry Bednar and catcher Liv Mackey. First pitch, moments away. Best of luck to both schools.
Good evening now, and it's time for the third game of 3 here on high school softball, Norris High School softball on NSTV. I'm Mitchell Severson, and I'm joined by Max Zavala, and today it's the Crete Cardinals and the Norris Titans. It's a 1-1 in the series. Crete won the first game 5-2, and the Titans won the second game 6-3. It's Madden Dunham up to bat for the Cardinals in a 1-0 count. Swung on, hit to right field, and it's a 1-1 count to Dunham now.
Norris and Crete. Norris is looking to make the state championships since 2021, and Crete trying to make it since 2019. So, very big game for both teams. So, it's going to be exciting to see how this game's going to play out. And what we were saying earlier, this series today is tied 8-7. Not tied. It is tied 8-8. So it's gonna be a very exciting game.
Inside ball 2-2 the count now to Dunham.
Bednar did pitch the first game. She pitched over 140 pitches. She did get a little rest in between the second game.
But Madden Dunham started the first game. She pitched all 7. Pitched until the 4th of the second game, and now is going to pitch the third game. So her arms probably a little bit more stressed than Bednar. She had 30 less pitches in game 1. 2-2 count still to Dunham.
But you do got to give credit to Oltmans, the Crete backup pitcher. She did really good. Didn't give up any runs. Only a freshman, so I think Crete's honestly pretty thankful for that.
Swung on, hit to left. Ozenbaugh's under it, and she will say goodbye. It's a leadoff home run for Madden Dunham, and it's a 1-0 ball game. It's Dunham's 21st of the year. And before that at bat, the Titans were doing a relatively good job keeping Dunham's bat quiet, but that one just too close. Just got a bat on it.
Would not be surprised if we see more home runs or a lot more balls in the air. You know, both pitchers are a little more tired, won't be able to control their ball as much, and the wind is not as blowing as bad as it was first and second games.
That brings to play number 15, the shortstop Casey Dunaway.
We do got to bring up one person for this Cardinal team.
Haley Maddox.
Yes, she has had such a good game, such a good series, I'd say.
Safe at first on infield single for Casey Dunaway. And the Titans haven't been able to get it out here in the first inning. That brings plate number 5, Macy Dunaway. Strike 1 to Dunaway. One and one, the count now to Dunaway. Here's the 1-1 pitch. In there, strike 2 called, 1-2, the count now to Dunaway. And that'll get into center fielder. It's a strikeout for Macy Dunaway. And a runner on second and 1 out.
A little bit of a rock start here for the Norris Titans. They got to clean up a little bit.
Still a lot of game to play. Crete has to win this ball game, I believe, to keep their season alive. Tried to barehand it and wasn't able to. And that's another, and it's another miscue from the Titans here. And Crete's just been playing better this game. And I know it's early, but
they've been making really good contact. I mean, they've only struck out once, that was only out, but they're already 4 batters in, and they're playing a lot more smooth than the Titans are right now.
Titans are just playing a little sloppy.
Yes.
High ball 1, and Drager's going to take second, and it's going to be runners in scoring position, 2 of them, and 1 out.
And this is a batter that you really want to be careful with, Maddox. She's been having a really good day.
Yes. Only has been out twice. He's been either hit or walked in the other 2. Swung on and fouled off, and it's strike 1. 1-1 the count to Maddox.
And you really do not want to blow a lead like this more like the 3 or 4. You really want to keep it close. Just because you got Dunham on the mound, and you know she's so powerful that she can really take out a whole team.
Swung on and fouled off. And the count's now 1-2.
And a little game update right now. In the top of the 8th, Beatrice and Elkhorn are tied 7-7. The first extra inning game here in all the districts for Class B.
And I know Beatrice had 2 runners in scoring position and 1 out in the bottom of the 7th inning. So really good job by the Elkhorn Antlers there, getting out of that. And it's 2-2 the count now to Maddox.
And Beatrice, they're a pretty good team. I mean, they're 27-4, and they could be a big team that could have a run in the state championship. So a win for Elkhorn here would be really big.
In there, strike 3 called. A big strikeout there from Bednar as Maddox goes down looking. And that brings plate number 7, Logan Ochinero. Here's the first pitch to Ochinero. In there, strike 1 called. Bednar looking to settle in after a home run from Madden Dunham. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Bednar. Swung on, hit in the air, but foul just out of the reach of the catcher, Liv Mackey, and it's an 0-2 count to Ochinero. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Bednar. Inside ball 1, 1-2 the count now to Ochinero. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and fouled, and the count will remain the same at 1-2. That was fouled straight down.
Good fight here by Ochinero, and Crete again just tacking on a lot of pitches to Bednar's inning here, just like they did in the first game.
On deck for the Cardinals, number 4 is Beck. 2-2 the count now to Logan Ochinero. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swung on, hit in the air. McMurray's under it, makes the catch for the third out of the inning. But not before the Cardinals get one, and heading into the bottom of the first inning, it's Cardinals 1, Titans 0.
Three teams have qualified at this point. Blair, a 2-0 winner over Elkhorn North, as we just mentioned. Grand Island Northwest, a 2-0 winner over Ashland Greenwood. And Waverly, a 2-0 winner over Hastings.
So it'll be Reese Barons, Liv Mackey, and Myra Carlo here in the bottom of the first inning. Over in Beatrice, the Beatrice Orange women beat the Elkhorn Antlers 8-7 on a walk-off, and that was in 8 innings. So Madden Dunham back on the mound for the Cardinals. She started the first game, and I think the Cardinals fans want her to pitch like that. And in the second game, she gave up 6 runs. And the Titans fans want that. And it's down the line, base hit. And Reese Barron starts the game off with this single. That brings plate number 7, Liv Mackey. Because Dunham has now pitched in all 3 games.
I mean, her arm's got to be tired at some point. I mean, she's had over 220, 240 pitches, so.
And she's pitched in the last 4 Elkhorn games because she pitched last night. Shows bunt. Bunt is down. It's a good one. 3 people in one area. Over to first. In time by about a half a step. That was the third baseman, Haley Maddox, there to make the play. That brings to, and Barons is now in second, and with Myra Carlo to the plate now.
And just going back to Durman, you know, Norris has seen so many reps of her a day that I think that they're just trying to get used to her, because last game they were hitting off her so good, barely had any strikeouts. We're just getting hits off hits. I think I had 8 hits off her in this game, leadoff hit. So I'm excited to see what Norris can do.
And looks like there might be getting some pitching device. Tells her what pitch is. I don't know. Scouting report. I don't know what they put on there.
I think that's plays.
Plays?
Yeah,
so
coaches call it out.
Yeah, coaches call it. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
She's getting a new one of those. First in there, strike one to Carlo. 0-1 the count to Myra Carlo. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Outside, ball one. 1-1 the count now to Myra Carlo. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Dunham. Swung on, hit to the second baseman, over to first in time for the second out of the inning, and it's a runner on third and 2 outs now for number 15, Haley McMurray.
Drager has got a lot of action there at second base today.
Yeah. She had, especially in the first game when all really Norris could do was just ground it to the second and the third baseman.
Yeah, just being laid on the ball.
Here's the first pitch to McMurray. Swung on and caught by Dunham, and that's the first inning. And heading into the top of the second, it's Cardinals 1, Titans 0.
Murray pops out to the pitcher for the third out of the inning. At the end of one, Crete 1, Norris 0.
Batting for the Cardinals here in the top of the second inning, it'll be Aislinn Beck, followed by Isabel Altman and Makisha Smith. Thank you for sticking with us here on NSDV through these 3 games. Strike one to Beck.
It's been a beautiful day to play some softball.
Yes, it has. A little bit windy, but overall weather, you can't complain.
No, has not really affected the gameplay whatsoever.
Here's the 0-1 pitch from Bednar. Swung on and missed, strike 2. 0-2 the count now to Aislinn Beck. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Bednar. Swung on and missed, strike 3. The third punchy of the day from Bednar. And I really expect to see Bednar settle in after a rocky first inning.
It's kind of been the main motive with all the pitchers. You know, German last game, 2 games ago, she started off really rocky, first 2 innings, and she was pitching lights out. Barons, same thing with her, you know, but that's kind of been the same motive with everybody. So, I would expect Bednar to be back at her own self.
So it's number 24. Reagan Kane up to bat for the Cardinals. She takes inside ball 1-1 the count to Reagan Kane. Inside ball 2-1 the count now to Kane. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Bednar. Inside ball 3-1 the count now to Kane. Here's the 3-1 pitch from Bednar. Fouled off, and the count's now 3-2 to Reagan Kane. This is a must-win game for Crete because they do not have enough in the wild card standings to get that final 8th wild card. Norris, bearing any major upsets if they were to lose this game, we believe would make it. And in there, strike 3 called.
A good comeback from Bednar, being down 3-1. You know, she's done that a lot today. You know, been down, 2-0, 3-1, something like that.
4th strikeout of the day for Bednar, of this game for Bednar. That brings to plate number 25, Makisha Smith. Swung on and missed. Strike 1, 0-1 the count to Makisha Smith. Titans are looking to get on the board in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Later in the bottom of the 2nd inning, I should say, as they're currently down 1-0. But we're still in the top of the 2nd, and here's the 0-1 pitch from Bednar. Swung on and missed, strike 2, 0-2 the count now to Makisha Smith. And here's the 0-2 pitch from Bednar. Swung on and missed, strike 3. 3rd punchy of the inning for Bednar, 5th of the day, as she strikes out the side here in the top of the 2nd. And heading into the bottom of the 2nd, it's Cardinals 1, Titans 0.
Cutting it close.
So it'll be 5, 6, 7 for the Titans here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. It'll be Leah Ozenbach, Keelan Yelkin, and Ava Schmuddy.
Ozenball with a good game last game with a triple over the Senfield's head and played good defense there in left field.
Outside ball 1 to Ozenbach. Titans looking to get a run and tie the game up. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Outside ball 2, 2-0 the count now to Ozenbach. Here's the 2-0 pitch from Dunham. Swung on, hit into right field for a leadoff single. And the Titans have had the leadoff runner on both innings. That brings plate number 10, Keelan Yelkin. Here's the first pitch to Yelkin. Shows bunt. Bunt is not down, but did pop out of the catcher's glove, and it's a 0-1 count to Keelan Yelkin.
Both teams they've been having a lot of tried bunts, you know.
Norris especially, with whenever they had like a runner on, they would always show bunt. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Shows bunt again. Bunt was not down. It gets by the catcher, and Ozenba's going to head to second on the pass ball. So it's an 0-2 count. And I would expect to not see Keelan Yelkin bunting with 2 strikes. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, hit up the middle, base hit. Ozenba's going to around third. She will head for the plate. She is safe at the plate. Yelkin's going to head down towards second, and it's safe at second base.
This ballgame is all tied up here.
So it's a 1-1 ball game now, as Ava Schmuddy comes up to bat for the Titans with a runner on second and nobody out.
And Norris, you're seeing Durham so much better now than they were in the first game.
Yeah, you could see it in the second game. They were just hitting better than the first game. And now here in the third game, a little rocky start there for the Norris offense, but definitely starting to put the bat on the ball now.
Now you got a runner in scoring position with 0 outs.
And a 1-0 count to Schmuddy. Outside ball 2, 2-0 the count to Ava Schmuddy.
And you could honestly possibly see a bunt coming too. Just try to move the runner over to third.
Yeah, infield is not in. And looks like they're not really expecting a bunt. So a bunt down the first base line would move that runner over towards third. Outside ball 3, 3-0 the count out of Schmuddy. And Dunham behind to Schmuddy. Here's the 3-0 pitch. In there, strike 1, 3-1 the count to Schmuddy.
And if you're Dunham, you do not want to walk them. 0 outs, runners first and second. That should put you in a really bad spot, because they could lay a bunt down and put runners both in scoring position.
And here's the 3-1 pitch from Dunham. Swung on, hit to right, but that'll get out of play, and the count will move to 3-2. So definitely a no bunt situation. And Dunham is gonna check the sign and come set, and now here's the 3-2 pitch. In there, strike 3 called. A great pitch there by Dunham. First punchy of this game for Dunham. That'll bring to the plate the third baseman, number 8, Kinsey Seabrant. Yeah, you can see it. That pitch was just clipped that outside part of the plate. Great call there by the home plate umpire.
Dunham she's done so good painting her spots today.
Inside ball 1, 1-0 the count to Kinsey Seabrant. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Outside ball 2, 2-0 the count now to Seabrant. One out runner on second. A 2-0 count to Kinsey Seabrant, and here's the 2-0 pitch from Dunham. Swung on, hit to the left. Yelkin's going to stop at third, and it's going to be runners at the corners. And 1 out for the 9-hole hitter in Marley Pavelka. Runners at the corners, 1 out. Dunham comes set, and here's the first pitch to Pavelka, who's showing bunt. Pulls it back, strike 1. Seabrandt's going to move down to second and steal second.
2 runners in scoring position now for the Titans. It's only 1 out.
Big opportunity for the Titans. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Inside, ball 1. 1-1 the count now to Pavelka. Here's the 1-1 pitch. High ball 2. 2-1 the count now to Pavelka. Here's the 2-1 pitch from Dunham once she comes set. Now here's the 2-1 pitch. In there, strike 2. 2-2 the count now to Pavelka. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swung on, hit to the pitcher. Throw to third. Seabrandt's got off third. And we got a pickle. Throw to the plate. It's in time. Pavelka's going to go down to second. It gets by the second baseman. And Seabrandt wanted to go. And Coach McMurray's going to try and say that the catcher was blocking the plate.
Catcher interference. I don't quite think that was it, though.
I don't know. But Pavelka at second was trying to tell. No, it was. Yeah, Pavelka at second was trying to tell. I think that's. Yeah, Seabrandt to go home after the ball got by this. After second baseman, yeah.
After the catcher threw it to second base, kind of went in between her legs, she was trying to signal her to go back home. I think she could have been safe.
So it's a fielder's choice. A 1-5-4-2 1-2-4 for those of you keeping score back at home. Swung on and missed, strike 1 to Barons. One and one the count now to Reese Barons. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Low ball 2. 2-1 the count now to Barons. Barons is 1 for 1 this game with a single.
And Dunham looking not as accurate as she was the first 2 games. I think that many pitches as she's been throwing kind of getting to her now.
Second and third, 2 outs, and here's the 2-1 pitch. Swung on, hit in the air, and that'll just get out of play. And the count will move to 2-2. Dunham looking to get out of a jam here in the bottom of the second. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swung on, hit to left, and it will. And the ump's going to call it a foul ball after it glanced off the left fielder, Aislinn Beck's glove.
Just barely foul.
And the Cardinals saved by a big play there on the foul ball.
That looked like it could have been a triple there, too. Off the glove into the corner, left field.
That would have definitely scored 2. Count still 2-2 to Barons. Swung on, hit up the middle, base hit. 1 run will score. Pavelka moves to third. Barons is on with a single, and it's an RBI single from Reese Barons for the Titans to take a 2-1 lead.
Another spectacular hitting day for Barons. How many you know how many RBIs she has?
I think this is her first one, but for hits, she had 3 last game and none the first game. But 2 so far this game, so 5 hits on the day so far, I think. Yeah, 5 hits. Brings to plate Liv Mackey, who's showing bunt, pulls it back in there, strike 1. Barons is going to jog down to second for the stolen base. 0-1 the count to Liv Mackey.
Same score as it was in the first game.
No balls, 1 strike to Mackey. Fouled off, and the count's now 0-2 to Liv Mackey. So Dunham's looking for the sign. Runners on second and third and 2 outs. And here's the 0-2 pitch to Liv Mackey. Low ball 1. Mackey, great job checking her swing there. They're going to peel down to first. And she didn't go, and it's 1-2 count to Liv Mackey.
A lot of pitches this inning for Dunham. Norris really working up her count just like they did in the first game.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on. Chopper up down the line, and it just goes foul. Glanced off the third baseman, number 7, Logan Ochenero. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Outside, ball 2. Good eye there by Mackey. And it's a 2-2 count to Liv Mackey. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Dunham. In there, strike 3 called. Big strikeout there from Dunham, and heading into the top of the third, it's Titans 2, Cardinals 1. Batting for the Cardinals here in the top of the third inning, it'll be number 1, Madden Dunham, followed by Casey Dunaway and Macy Dunaway. High ball 1 to Dunham. Dunham is 1 for 1 in this game with a solo shot back in the first inning.
Cardinals only run.
Here's the 1-0 pitch from Bednar. Swung on and missed, strike one. 1-1 the count now to Madden Dunham. Here's the 1-1 pitch. In there, strike two called, and it's a 1-2 count to Madden Dunham. And it's number 9, Briley Twarling, working in the Titan bullpen. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Bednar. Swung on, hit to left. Ozenba's under it, makes the catch for the first out of the inning. Dunham just got a little bit under that one.
Big first out for the Norris Titans.
Brings plate number 15, Casey Dunaway, who's 1 for 1 with a single back in the first inning.
Bednar really started finding a groove after that home run given up to Dunham in the first inning.
Yeah, only one hit after that Dunaway solo shot. Fouled off, and the count's 0-1 to Casey Dunaway. Titans will have 3, 4, 5 in the bottom of the third inning. That's Myra Carlo, Haley McMurray, and Leah Ozenbaugh. Swung on, hit to left, and that's a base hit. Great hit there by Dunaway for a single, 1-out single, and that brings plate number 5, Macy Dunaway. Here's the first pitch to Macy Dunaway. It's a ball, 1-0 the count to Macy Dunaway. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Macy Dunaway. Swung on and missed, strike one. 1-1 the count to Macy Dunaway. Here's the 1-1 pitch. High ball 2, 2-1 the count now to Macy Dunaway.
So far, there's been 4 teams that have made it, that have qualified for the state championships. You still got Columbus Lakeview, Omaha Skutt to play, Ralston, Lincoln Pius, and finish out this one, Norris and Crete.
It'll be a Dunaway, Casey Dunaway steals second, and it's a runner on second, 1 out for the Cardinals in a 3-1 count. Here's the 3-1 pitch from Bednar. Swung on, hit to the shortstop McMurray. She's got it over to first in time for the second out of the inning. Throw down to third. Not in time as Casey Dunaway just barely sneaks into the third base bag. That'll bring to plate number 11, Camry Drager.
Third base brings to plate number 11, second baseman Camry Drager. I think I would go that all this time.
Here's the first pitch to Drager. High ball 1. 1-0 the count to Camry Drager. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Bednar. Outside, ball 2. 2-0 the count now to Camry Drager. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 1. 2-1 the count now to Camry Drager. With Haley Maddox on deck and 2 outs. Here's the 2-1 pitch from Embry Bednar. Swung on, hit in the air. Schmuddy's got it on a diving play. And heading into the bottom of the third, Titans 2, Crete 1. Here we are in the bottom of the third. It's Myra Carlo, Haley McMurray, and Leah Ozenbaugh, 3, 4, 5 for the Titans. Carlo grounded out to the second baseman back in the first inning. Titans got 2 runs last inning to make it 2-1. Crete got a run on a solo home run in the first from Madden Dunham. That's your score so far. In there, strike 1 to Myra Carlo.
Good part of the lineup to be at. Multiple power hitters here. Hitters that have been having really good days, so maybe they can start a spark here in the third inning.
The 0-1 pitch is swung on, hit to right. Right fielder doesn't get a good shot at it. It'll bounce off. One hit hopper to the wall. Carlo's going to get in there with a stand-up double, and it'll roll to the third baseman. And Myra Carlo's on with a double, as the Titans have had 3 runners, have had the leadoff runner on in all 3 innings. Brings up to the plate number 15, Haley McMurray. McMurray flew out to the pitcher back in the first inning. She takes inside ball 1, 1-0 the count to Haley McMurray. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Madden Dunham. Swung on, hit in the air. Center fielder is under it and bobbles it. Bounced out of the glove and then turned around, caught it. Gave everyone a scare here at Norris. Carlo almost went to third, and that brings to plate number 12, Leah Ozenbaugh, with a runner on second and 1 out. The center fielder is number 25, Makisha Smith.
Base hit in the gaps, most likely going to score one here.
First pitch to Ozenbaugh is taken for strike 1. 0-1 the count to Leah Ozenbaugh. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Madden Dunham. In there, strike 2 called. 0-2 the count now to Leah Ozenbaugh. On deck for the Titans is number 10, Keelan Yelkin. And here's the 0-2 pitch from Dunham. Outside ball 1, great job there by the catcher, Dunaway, to make sure that didn't get by her.
Yelkin had one of the 2 RBIs that Norris has in this game. Base hit up the middle.
Here's the 1-2 pitch to Ozenbaugh. Inside, ball 2, 2-2 the count now to Leah Ozenbaugh. Here's the 2-2 pitch. High ball 3, 3-2 the count now to Ozenbaugh, who's done a great job fighting back in this count. Started at 0-2. Now it's 3-2. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Fouled off, and the count will remain the same at 3-2.
Ozenbaugh really battling here. Started the at bat 0-2, and now it's 3-2, and still fouling off some balls.
And here's the payoff pitch from Dunham. Swung on, hit up the middle, base hit. Carlo's going to be rounding third. She will score. Ozenbaugh takes a wide turn around first, and she'll stay. And it's a 3-1 ball game. Off an RBI single from Leah Ozenbaugh. And Dunham is currently at 49 pitches.
Ozenbaugh, the youngest player on the team, and is having one of the better days on the team.
Brings to plate Keelan Yelkin, who singled in her first at bat back in the second inning. She takes strike one. 0-1 the count to Keelan Yelkin. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swung on, hit in the air. Second baseman's under. Ozenbaugh's got to get back, and she will, but not before the second out of the inning. That brings to plate number 1, Ava Schmuddy.
Really good play last inning to keep the score to 2-1.
Schmuddy struck out back in her first at bat back in the second inning, and that'll hit Ava Schmuddy. About the knee area, looks like. Looks like she'll be all right.
Slow walk down to first.
They'll give her a little time. So that'll bring to the plate number 8, Kinsey Seabrant. Swung on, hit to right, but it'll be foul. And the count will be 0-1 to Kinsey Seabrant with a runner on first and second and 2 outs. In there. Strike 2 called. 0-2 the count to Kinsey Seabrant.
As so many pitches as Dunham has had, she's still painting the corner so good.
And Dunham is only a sophomore.
Yeah, so she still has 2 more years.
Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. And Dunham gets out of the inning, but not before the Titans get another run. And heading into the top of the 4th, it's Titans 3, Crete 1.
Again, in the new district format for postseason play for softball, there are 7 districts. There will be 1 wild card team that will qualify for the state championships next week. The districts played today: Blair.
I know.
2 of 3 series. Blair defeated.
Mainly because I just don't sweep them out all that often.
And Northwest 2-0 over Ashland Greenway. Waverly 2-0 over Hastings. And Beatrice won the first game over Elkhorn and about ready to start game 2. Tomorrow's contest feature Ralston versus Myers. That will be at Ralston, and Scott versus Columbus Lakeview. That will be at
Maddox is 0 for 1 with a strikeout back in the first inning, but through the first 2 games, she was the best Cardinal hitter. Fouled off into a tree, and it's 0-1 the count to Haley Maddox.
She has 5 of their 8 RBIs.
So far today, yeah. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Bednar. 1-1 the count now to Maddox. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Bednar. In there, strike 2 called. 1-2 the count now to Haley Maddox. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Embry Bednar. Inside ball 2, 2-2 the count now to Maddox. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Bednar. Swung on, hit to the third baseman. Seabrand, it gets between the legs. And Maddox is on the error.
Uh-oh. Never want to start off an inning like that.
That brings to plate number 7, Logan Ochenera, and I agree with you there, Max. You can't, definitely not to this Crete lineup. Up 3, which Norris is up 3-1 in a winner-take-all game. Shows bunt is down. Seabrand's got it, but it rolls. And that's going to be another big error by the Titans. That was a good bunt there by Ochenero. It was third baseman's Kinsey Seabrand's ball, but it just rolled away from her, and that's a tough play to make.
Yeah, I mean your momentum's going towards the dugout. I don't even know if she could have made the play. Even though.
And here comes out Coach McMurray to talk with his team, calm them down. Runners at the corners, nobody out for the Cardinals here in the top of the 4th inning. Big thank you goes out to our NSTV broadcast sponsors, and Bruns Construction, Gannett Trucking and Excavating, Norris Association of Educators, First State Bank, Impact Athletics, Renee Goodhart with Remax Concepts, Genesis Contracting, Sandy Shields with Nebraska Realty, Scott Coa with Mutual of Omaha, Price's Tree Farm, Proformance Physical Therapy, Pro Swip Solutions, U-Stop, Venue 522, and the Norris Athletic Booster Club. Special thanks to Hausman Construction for being our scoreboard sponsor, and to Provision Chiropractic and Wellness for sponsoring our replays. For today and all postseason events, Norris High School has to pay $100 to the NSA to broadcast the game. Throw down to third, and that'll get by McMurray. Throw to the plate, not in time. It's a 3-2 ball game, and they're going to get number 7 in a. So it'll be a 3-2 ball game after Mackey threw it down to second, and Maddox scores, so the errors do come back to bite the Titans. And it's a runner on second, nobody out, and an 0-1 count. Like I was saying, so if you're enjoying tonight's free broadcast, please consider donating to us through our PayPal account, even if it's small. Links to donate can be found in the description of our videos or by visiting our website at norris160.org/NSEV. Donors will be mentioned in our future broadcast. It's another bunt. It gets by Bednar. Then Ochenero comes around third and gets tagged out for the first out of the inning. Runner on first, 1 out. 3-2 ball game. Line down the first base line, almost hit the first base coach for the Cardinals as Reagan Reagan Kane comes up to bat. She's 0 for 1 with a strikeout back in the second inning. Yeah, you can see it on the replay. She just took too big of a took a wide round of third and just got tagged out there. Great job there by Bedner and Seabrandt to get that out. In there, strike 2 called. 0-2 the count to Reagan Kane. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on and fouled off. And the count will remain the same at 0-2. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on and fouled off, and the count will remain the same at 0-2.
Kane really fighting for this at bat right here. 3 foul balls in a row.
On deck for the Cardinals is number 25, Makisha Smith. Fouled off, and that's a 4th foul ball in a row. And remember, Bedner had 140 pitches in the first game, so we gotta think about pitch count. And the umpires are talking something over.
And would not be surprised if we do see Barron start warming up in the pin.
Or twirling, yeah.
Or twirling, yeah.
Looks like they're done talking. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Bedner. Hit down the right field line, but foul. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Embry Bedner. Swung on down the first base line, but foul. And the count will remain the same at 0-2. 4 straight foul balls? 5 straight foul balls. That was 1 off.
Yeah, 5 straight foul balls for Kane. From all of her other at bats, I think that she's really been fighting. No, she's really been making the pitch count go up.
And here's the 8th pitch of the at bat from Bedner. In there, strike 3 called. Great pitch there by Bedner for the punchy. The backwards punchy, I should say. That's 6 punchies on the day from Bedner, 2 outs and a runner on first. And here's the first pitch from Bedner. Just outside, ball 1, 1-0 the count to Lakeisha Smith. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Inside, ball 2, 2-0 the count now to Smith. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Ball 3, 3-0 the count now to Makisha Smith. Here's the 3-0 pitch. In there, strike one called. 3-1 the count now to Smith with a runner on first and 2 outs here in the 3-2 ball game. Here's the 3-1 pitch. In there, strike 2 called. Just hit that outside part of the plate.
Bender really hitting her outside spots today. Crete has not really been able to get a lot of hits off those. They get a lot more hits on the inside.
Yeah, I'll have to agree with that one. And here's the payoff pitch from Bednar. Swung on and fouled off. Tried to go inside to Smith. Here's the 3-2 pitch from Bednar. In there, strike 3 called. A big strikeout there from Bednar. And heading into the bottom of the 4th, the Cardinals get one more, and it's a 3-2 ball game.
Norris 3, Crete 2.
Leading off for the Titans here in the bottom of the 4th, it's number 4, Marley Pavelka, the center fielder, who reached on a fielder's choice back in the 2nd inning. A 1-5-4-2-4-6 fielder's choice. Here's the first pitch from Madden Dunham. Swung on, grounded to the first baseman. She's got it. Over to steps on first for the first out of the inning. Brings to plate number 2, Reese Behrens, who's 2 for 2 with a single in the first and a single in the second. That single was an RBI, which was in the second. Here's the first pitch to Behrens. High ball 1-0 the count to Reese Behrens. Low ball 2. 2-0 the count now to Reese Behrens. Here's the 2-0 pitch from Dunham. Fouled off, and the count will be 2-1 now. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swung on, hit to the shortstop. She's got it. Over to first. In time for the second out of the inning.
Close play there. Almost looked like she bobbled it in her hand.
And then almost looked like it bobbled in the glove, too. Brings to plate number 7, Liv Mackey. Here's the first pitch to Mackey. Fouled off, and the count will move to 0-1.
Ever since the first game, Norris has been really aggressive on the first pitch.
Yes. Myra Carlo on deck for the Titans. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swung on down the third base line, and the count will be 0-2 now. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Madden Dunham. Fouled off, and the count will remain the same at 0-2. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Outside, ball 1, 1-2 the count now to Dunham. Sorry, to Mackey. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. 1-2-3 inning for Dunham, and heading into the top of the 5th, it's Titans 3, Cardinals 2.
Dunham with the strikeout. In the bottom of the 4th. We had a top of 5, Norris 3, Crete 2. Leading off in the top of the 5th for the Cardinals. Pitcher, number 1, Madden Dunham.
Leading off here in the top of the 5th inning, it'll be number 1, Madden Dunham, followed by Casey Dunaway and Macy Dunaway. 1-2-3 for the Cardinals. Here's the first pitch to Dunham. In there, strike 1. 0-1 the count to Madden Dunham. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Embry Bednar. Swung on, hit to the shortstop, McMurray. She's got it over to first in time for the first out of the inning. That's a big first out of the inning. That'll bring to play number 15, Casey Dunaway.
Good play by McMurray. Hard hit ball on the ground, stayed in front of it, made the play. Really good job.
That's a big first out because Dunham leads the nation in home runs according to Max Preps with now 21.
So you really want to get that out.
Yeah. And so Dunaway's up now. She's 2 for 2 with 2 singles. Swung on, hit to the second baseman. Schmuddy, great job there. That was a rocket off the bat. And that'll bring to play number 5, Macy Dunaway, who's 0 for 2 with a strikeout in the first and a ground out to the shortstop in the third. Here's the first pitch to Dunaway. Outside, ball 1, 1-0 the count to Macy Dunaway. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Macy Dunaway. Swung on and fouled off, and the count will move to 1-2. Sorry, 1-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Bednar. Outside, ball 2. 2-1 the count now to Dunaway. Here's the 2-1 pitch from Embry Bednar. Swung on, hit in the air, but fouled straight back, and the count will be 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Embry Bednar once he gets set and gets a sign. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Bednar. Swung on and fouled off, and the count will remain the same at 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Bednar. Inside, ball 3, and it's a 3-2 count now to Dunaway. And here's the payoff pitch from Embry Bednar. Swung on, hit to left. Ozenbaugh's there and makes the catch for the third out of the inning. And heading into the bottom of the 5th, it's Titans 3, Cardinals 2.
Especially the Norris fans. Kickoff set for 7 o'clock. It is senior night for our athletic trainers, our football team, and our band. So senior night, pink out night, 7 o'clock kick. In the bottom of the 5th, leading off for the Titans.
Batting for the Titans here in the bottom of the 5th inning, it'll be Myra Carlo, followed by Haley McMurray and Leah Ozenbaugh. Here's the first pitch to Carlo. Swung on a chopper, and he'll get foul. 0-1 the count to Myra Carlo, who is 1 for 2 with a ground out to the second baseman in the first and a double in the third. Outside, ball 1. 1-1 the count now to Myra Carlo.
I'm just still so surprised that Dunnan is still pitching. Like, she has pitched so many innings today. It's crazy.
Outside, ball 2. Yeah, I have to agree with that. She's probably been over 200 pitches already. Probably closer to 250.
Counting yesterday, too, probably 350.
350,
yeah.
325, somewhere in there. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swung on, hit, get past the diving glove of the second baseman, Drager. And it's a single for Myra Carlo. And that brings plate number 15, Haley McMurray. Looks like they're pinch running for Carlo. It's number 11, Greeley Fredenberg, in the pinch run for Carlo.
Number 11, Greeley Fredenberg, in the pinch run for Carlo.
Here's the first pitch to McMurray. High ball 1-0 the count to Haley McMurray. Here's the 1-0 pitch. In there, strike one. 1-1 the count to Haley McMurray. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike two. 1-2 the count now to McMurray. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, hit in the air, a little blooper. Smith comes in and gets by Smith. Fredenberg's going to stay at second. It'll be a single for McMurray on the little blooper. That'll bring to plate number 12, Leah Ozenbaugh.
Norris starting to make a little noise with these two back-to-back hits.
Yes, runners on first, nobody out for the Titans. With Leah Ozenbaugh up to bat, she's 2 for 2 with 2 singles in the second and the third.
If you have the middle of the lineup be as good as Norris said been today, you're going to win so many ball games like this.
Yes, I agree. Especially with Barron's also at the top hitting pretty well. Ozenbaugh shows bunt. The bunt is down over to first in time, but it advances the runner, so it works. It's runners on second and third, and 1 out now. That brings to plate number 10, Keelan Yelkin. Yelkin singled in the second and flew out to the second baseman in the third. Here's the first pitch to Yelkin. Swung on a little dribbler over to first, and they'll get Fredenberg in a pickle. Out at third, sorry. And that was a real close one. Great job there by Dunham by protecting the ball.
Good play by Dunham.
And let's see here. Yep, I think she's out.
Really good fake by Dunham. Really
yeah.
got Fredenberg looking.
So there's runners on first and second, 2 outs now, as the inning has completely changed after those 2 outs. That brings to play Ava Schmuddy. Swung on, hit in the air, and that'll get down for a base hit. Here comes McMurray around third. She will score, and it's a 4-2 ball game on the Ava Schmuddy RBI single. And Yelkin will be standing on second. That brings plate number 8, Kinsey Seabrant, who singled in the singled in the second and struck out in the third. Here's the first pitch to Seabrant. Low ball 1-0 with a count to Kinsey Seabrant. Here's the 1-0 pitch. In there, strike one called. 1-1 the count now to C. Brandt. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Sorry, the 1-1 pitch. Taken for a strike. 1-2 the count now to C. Brandt. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Low ball 2, 2-2 the count now.
Dunham trying to get out of this inning here. The strikeout right here.
High ball 3, 3-2 the count now to C. Brandt. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Swung on, hit to the second baseman. She's got it over to first in time for the third out of the inning. But the Titans get one more, and heading into the top of the sixth, it's Titans 4, Crete 2.
Titans score 1 as we head to the top of the sixth. Norris 4, Crete 2. Off the bottom of the sixth for the Cardinals, second baseman.
Heading into the top of the sixth inning, it's 4, 5, 6. It's Camry Drager, Haley Maddox, and Logan Ochenero. Drager reached on an error back in the first and flew out to the second baseman in the third. Bunt is foul, and it's 0-1 the count to Camry Drager. Here's the 0-1 pitch to McMurray. In there, strike 2. 0-2 the count now to Drager. And from Bednar, whoa.
You're losing it again.
I'm losing it again. Well, I almost got to go, so if I keep it together until about 6:20, we'll be fine. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Bednar. Just outside ball 1, and Titan fans thought that was a strike. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Bednar. Fouled off, and the count will remain the same at 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Bednar. And the count will move to 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Low ball 3, 3-2 the count now to Drager.
Bender has been really good at getting top of the count so far this game.
And has not done the best putting away hitters. And here's the 3-2 pitch from Bednar. Inside ball 4, and it's a walk to Drager.
That is not how you want to start this in the game. We know what happens when you start for the walk or someone on base at the beginning of an inning.
Yeah. Every time the Cardinals have had their leadoff runner on, they've scored.
Either from a walk or a hit.
Yeah, in the 4th it was on an error, and then in the 1st it was a home run.
And they have up Haley Maddox.
Yep, Maddox has been their best hitter today. And a 1-0 count to Haley Maddox. And Reese Behrens is going to go to the bullpen. Swung on and missed, strike 1, 1-1 the count now to Maddox, who struck out in the 1st and reached on an error in the 4th.
Because in the first game you could tell that Bender was starting to get a little fatigued later in the game. So maybe you put Behrens in 7th
close
inning?
because she'll have about a whole game to rest. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Inside there, ball 2. 2-1 the count now to Maddox. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Outside, ball 3. 3-1 the count to Maddox. Here's the 3-1 pitch. In there, strike 2 called. 3-2 the count now to Maddox.
Big out to get out of the way for Norris to get Maddox out of the way.
Here's the payoff pitch from Bednar. Chopper to the shortstop, McMurray over to second, 1 over to first, not in time. It's a fielder's choice. 6-4-3 fielder's choice. And that brings plate number 7, Logan Ochenero. Ochenero flew out to the shortstop in the 1st and reached on an error back in the 4th. 1-0 the count to Ochenero.
Bednar kind of starting to lose his zone here a little bit.
Here's the 1-0 pitch from Bednar. High ball 2, 2-0 the count now to Ochenero. Here's the 2-0 pitch from Bednar. Swung on, hit in the air. Pavelka's under it and makes the catch for the second out of the inning. And that'll bring to the plate number 4, Aislinn Beck. Beck struck out in the 2nd and reached on a fielder's choice in the 4th. In there, strike 1 called. 0-1 the count to Aislinn Beck. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Bednar. In there, strike 2. 0-2 the count now to Beck. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Embry Bednar. Just outside, ball 1, and the Titans fans thought they had a strikeout there. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Aislinn Beck from Embry Bedner. Outside ball 2, 2-2 the count out of Beck. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Beck. Swung on, hit in the air. McMurray's under, makes the catch for the third out of the inning. Leading off here in the bottom of the 6th inning, it's number 4, Marley Pavelka. Pavelka reached on a fielder's choice back in the 2nd and grounded out to the first baseman in the 4th. She takes strike 1, 0-1 the count to Marley Pavelka. With Reese Behrens on deck for the Titans and Liv Mackey in the hole, and a 4-2 lead for the Titans. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 2. That one clipped the umpire a little bit. And so Macy Dunaway's going to walk this one back to the pitcher, and the other umpires are going to check on him. And it's now 0-2 the count now to Marley Pavelka. And it appears the umpire will be all right. So it's an 0-2 count to Pavelka. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Fouled off, and the count will remain the same at 0-2. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Madden Dunham to Marley Pavelka. Outside ball 1, 1-2 the count now to Pavelka. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Dunham. Swung on, hit to the shortstop. She's got it over to first in time for the first out of the inning, That'll bring to plate number 2, Reese Behrens. Behrens has 2 singles in the 1st and the 2nd and grounded out to the shortstop back in the 4th inning. Titans only need 3 more outs in the top of the 7th to win and go to state. Here's the first pitch to Behrens. High ball 1, 1-0 the count to Reese Behrens. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Outside ball 2, 2-0 the count now to Reese Behrens. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Swung on, hit to the shortstop, over to first, in time for the 3rd out of the inning. And that's why you got to run through every ground ball. It looked like Barons would slow it up a little bit there.
Yeah, just run through the bag, that. I think it would have been, a lot closer play if she would have ran through the whole bag.
Yeah, because it kind of looks like she slowed up there and then sped up right there at the end. That brings play at Liv Mackey with 2 outs now. In there, strike 1 called. 0-1 the count to Mackey. Mackey is 0 for 3 with a ground out to the 3rd baseman in the 1st and a strikeout in the 2nd and a strikeout in the 4th. High ball 1, 1-1 now the count to Liv Mackey. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swung on, hit to the 3rd baseman. She's got it over to first in time for the 3rd out of the inning. Heading into the top of the 7th, it's Titans 4, Crete 2. Thank you for listening to me on NSTV. I have to leave. I'm handing it over to my color commentator, Max Zavala, today. Good luck, Max. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back to the top of the 7th inning. Norris up by 2 right now. 3 outs away from the state championship, first time since 2019. Bedner will still be on the mound for the Titans. Kane up to bat for the Cardinals here. Four teams have already clinched the state championships. Norris would be the 5th team. First pitch is a ball outside for Bedner. 1-0 count for Kane. Bedner struggled a little bit in the 7th inning, in the 6th inning of the first game that she pitched, but maybe she'll bounce back. Inside strike, 1-1 count for Bedner. Really important if Bedner gets on top of the count here. Ball high, 2-1. Bedner. It's ball. Caught by Pavelka in center field. 2 outs away. Hard line drive by Kane, and Norris inching closer. Norris in the outfield with a shift over to the left side. Corners in for Norris. First pitch from Bedner. It's a pop-up. McMurray, 1 out away from the state championships. Can Norris do it for the first time since 2021?
Smith pops up to McMurray for the second out of the inning. Brings to the plate. Pitcher, number 1,
Madden Dunham, the star player for Crete. One last chance. Here we go. Bednar, the pitch. Ball popped up, foul ball. 0-1 count. Been very big to get on top of the count here for Bednar today. Every time the Cardinals have scored today, it has been off a walk or a base hit. All 1 count to Dunham. Strike 2. 0-2 count for Dunham. 1 strike away from qualifying to the state championship. Fans and students starting to stand on their feet. Here we go. With the pitch. That ball hammered. Caught by Leah Ozema, and the Titans are going to the state championship. Tournament, state championship tournament. And that is the ball game for you guys today. 4-2, Norris wins and clinches the state championship tournament in Hastings.
District champion plaque is presented to Norris High School.